to those in person and online. I'm Abby Fu. I'm the Senior Programs Manager here at Global Taiwan Institute, GTI. GTI is a 501c3 nonprofit think tank dedicated to insightful research about Taiwan and strengthening Taiwan's ties with an international community. We have a bi-weekly publication, which is the Global Taiwan Brief, and also podcasts such as the Taiwan Salon and Global Taiwan Insights, which you can also find on our website, globaltaiwan.org. We also have our flagship event, the annual symposium, coming up in October. So please stay tuned for more information coming up on that as well. And if for those that are joining us online, if you have any questions for our panelists, feel free to leave them in the YouTube chat box or contact us at contact@globaltaiwan.org. And with that, I'm really excited to be kicking off the first panel of our half-day event focused on US-Taiwan economic ties and Taiwan's economic resilience, which are, some very important topics, I believe, for those that are interested in the region. And so recently, we've seen a lot of positive developments within the US-Taiwan trade ties. There was the signing of the agreement on Reciprocal Trade, more promises of investments, about 250 billion of Taiwan tech companies in the US as well. TSMC is developing new fabs in Texas and Arizona. And we are in this really exciting times, and I am very honored to be joined by three of our distinguished panelists that will share their insights on what are the current major issues in US-Taiwan trade and what are some challenges that they see for coming in the future. So first off, we have Ambassador Dr. Royal Chun Lee from the Tsinghua Institution for Economic Research. He is currently the Executive Deputy Director at the Center for International Trade Policy at Tsinghua Institution for Economic Research. Previously, he served in several senior diplomatic roles, such as the Deputy Foreign Minister in 2023, the Taiwanese representative to the EU and Belgium in 2024 to 2025. As a think tanker, Dr. Lee is a policy advisor for Taiwan's trade and regional integration policy, economic diplomacy, supply chain reform, and economic security. Dr. Lee holds a PhD in public policy from the Australian National University. Also joining us remotely from Taiwan is Sylvia Chen, who is a policy analyst at the Economic Security Program at DCET. With over a decade of experience across the US, EU, and East Asia, including several roles at US and German law firms, she practiced trade law, advising clients on US anti-dumping and counter-prevailing duty investigations, sanctions, and export controls, and US and EU trade policy. At DCET, her research focuses on the regulatory and strategic dimensions of advanced technology, supply chain security, US export controls, and regulatory alignment. Last but not least, we have Riley Walters, who is a senior fellow at the Institute and senior non-resident fellow here at GTI, specializing in international economics and national security. His areas of expertise include international trade policy, investment regulations, technology and innovation, cybersecurity, and the intersection of economics and national security. He's also an expert on East Asia political affairs, primarily focused on Japan and Taiwan. And so first, I'm going to ask Riley to kind of kick things off and kind of tell us what are, the current state of US-Taiwan trade relations right now.
Thank you very much, Abby. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I think this is a great opportunity to sort of help people understand where the US-Taiwan relationship is at. I know there's a lot of moving pieces, and it's going to keep moving for the rest of the year. So let me sort of lay out the timeline that we've seen this year, what the timeline might look like for the rest of the year. So up first in January, the United States and Taiwan signed a memorandum of understanding regarding investment. As Abby mentioned, it would be 250 billion in direct investments in the United States. It will also be $250 billion worth of credit guarantees in investments as well, which the government of Taiwan is going to help support. A lot of that goes into semiconductor manufacturing, the science parks that are supposed to be developing across the United States, and other areas where the US and Taiwan have aligned in industries. Shortly after that, in early February, the US and Taiwan negotiated the art of the deal, the agreement on reciprocal trade, ART. And so the ART itself was what Taiwan agreed to so that the United States would lower the tariff rate on imports down to 15%. So in line with what the United States was applying to Japan, South Korea, and many others at the time, in order to have sort of a fair balance, I guess you could say, amongst the tariffs that we were applying to these countries. Shortly after that, in later February, the Supreme Court ruled against these tariffs. The Supreme Court says that the Trump administration cannot use the trade law, or really the national security law it was using. It has to use something else. So from that, the administration quickly shifted into what's called normally called Section 122 of the Trade Act. Or again, 15% tariff rate. But the problem with the Section 122 is that it has an expiration date as well. And so I'll get to that in a little bit. Again, 15% tariff rate. Knowing that the Section 122 would expire, the Trump administration also launched 2 trade investigations, commonly referred to as Section 301 investigations, one into forced labor and the other into excess capacity. And I'll go into those in just a little bit. But I think what a lot of people don't realize is that throughout this entire process, through IEPA, which was announced last year, and through the Section 122, there's actually been a lot of exemptions from tariffs as well that usually go underreported. But if you look at the numbers, roughly 75% of imports from Taiwan are excluded from these tariffs. And that's important. Again, I'll bring that up in just a little bit. Fast forward to more recent times. Earlier this month, the USTR announced a proposal for its Section 301 investigation into forced labor. It felt that Taiwan and other countries were not restricting the import of goods that it found to be produced through forced labor, therefore benefiting Taiwan's economy while the United States was doing its due diligence and blocking those imports, therefore creating an unfair trade balance. But because of the ART that was negotiated in February, which includes language on Taiwan enforcing greater labor standards, the United States proposed only a 10% tariff rate on Taiwan. And so right now that is in the comment period. That'll be finished early next month, and you could have tariffs, the 10% tariff applied by as late as the end of July, which is when the Section 122 tariffs will also expire. Where does that leave us? So at the end of next month, you could potentially have actually only a 10% tariff rate. Well, let's not forget about the other Section 301 investigation into excess capacity. There's been no updates on this so far, but if I had to bet, if I'm a Cauchy man, which I'm not, I would bet that those tariffs could be suggested as soon as this month in order to align with the expiration of the 122 tariffs by the end of next year. Now, the proposed tariffs and the comment period doesn't mean that tariffs will be imposed. So again, just because the Section 122 tariffs will expire and just because USTR has proposed tariffs does not mean that those tariffs will come right away, which gives us some wiggle room, but I think they're probably going to be headstrong about this and try and limit as much time between the tariffs as possible. And so what does that mean? What does that mean? All right, so for US-Taiwan relations and the ART is the biggest, I think, component of all this. I mean, really, if you think about it, the ART is the most comprehensive bilateral trade agreement that the United States and Taiwan will have. You can include the WTO extension. You could talk about the 21st century trade agreement that the United States and Taiwan are negotiating under the Biden administration. But this really gets to a lot of specific details in the agreement. And so for it to be implemented, it has to be passed by the Taiwan legislature. And so the Taiwan legislature has not taken up the ART yet because of all the legal changes on the US side and potential US changes still. Again, we don't have the other Section 301 investigation announced. We don't even have actually the first 301 formalized. So it's a lot of legal changes, but predominantly the ball is in the US court right now. And once we figure out our legal language, then we can change the language of the ART. And then once we change the language of the ART, we can send that to Taipei, which will then have to draft up legislation and pass that through the LOI. So to do that though, again, just looking at the timeline, end of July is when Section 122 comes out or expires and potential 301s happen. The LOI is going on summer vacation in August, which means it won't be taken up until at least at a minimum September. So, you know, the US-Taiwan art agreement most likely isn't going to be implemented until later this year. Challenges for this beyond just the timeline of getting all this done. You have November elections in Taiwan, your local elections, but you know, politics is pretty controversial in Taiwan to say the least. And so even if elections are at a local level, there will have national level implications, I would say. The ART itself is pretty controversial in that it includes a lot of sensitive issues like food, security, medical devices, things that are not going to be easily passed, I would say, through the LY. Not without rigorous debate, or at least a lot of grandstanding. And then the KMT, I'm sure, and even TPP politicians at TPP, there, I'm sure it's bipartisan skepticism about the future of US tariff policy, right? We have other tariffs that we are implementing through national security laws. What does that mean for the US-Taiwan relationship? And so on and so forth. So a lot of questions about whether even if the agreement on trade is passed, will there be continuity in the relationship? So there's probably going to be a lot of that. And then finally, coming back to what we were talking about earlier, the memorandum of understanding on investment. The text of that is actually not out, and it most likely won't come out, as far as I can tell. The MOU is a part of the trade deal, at least sort of broad strokes, and includes the investments in the trade deal. And so there might be members of the LY who are going to be adamant that they have to review the MOU as well. The government, the Biden administration might not be willing to share that. I don't know. It's a big political question going forward, but those are just a few of the concerns and issues that we might have with actually getting the RT through the LY later this year after we settle all the other legal issues. And so that's where we're at.
Well, thank you, Riley, for laying out that so simply. There are, as you can tell, there are a lot of moving parts, a lot of uncertainty upcoming, by like next month. And so hopefully we'll see some significant progress that give us some hints as to what developments are to come. So next, I would like to invite our speaker, Dr. Lee, to kind of talk about like how Taiwan is weathering these uncertainty in the US tariff policy and changes. So welcome, and please start us off. Thank you. Dr. Lee.
Thank you very much for having me. And once again, and it's always a great pleasure to join events organized by the GTI. And of course, hello, really, I think this is the second time we meet this week. And Sylvia, of course, and all the other friends and colleagues at the venue. What really says a perfect kind of scene setting opening statements on the state of the play regarding Taiwan-US trade negotiation and the current challenges. I have to say I agree to all the points that really shared with us in the last 10 minutes. But let me start by sharing some of the extra points just to provide a more comprehensive understanding. Well, first of all, I would say the negotiation with the US has been taken care of by President Lai's administration at the highest level possible. So this is the first time in recent years that we have a vice premier leading the delegation And that's already only on the negotiation side, but internally, she's also the head of the task force that was created to handle this new situation, a new economy and trade with the US. Right? So that reflects the political commitment and also the agenda setting President Lai's team to ensure that Taiwan will be offered the best, the most favored terms out of the process. Well, I think looking at the outcomes, I think we have achieved that. The best evidence is that among the top 15 US trading partners, in absolute numbers, we are not number one in terms of trade deficit in 2025, before 2025, but our growth rate is actually the largest among the top 15. So in 2008 or 2010, sorry, that's too far away. 2016, our trade deficit is, surplus, US trade deficit is about 240. And in 2024, it increased to 740 billion. And this year, our trade surplus with the US is most likely running into the level of 200 billion, right? In the first 4 months of this year, we are actually, on average, the largest source of trade deficit for the US. Well, partially we are very proud because it reflects the importance and also the indispensability of Taiwan in this AI super cycle that is still unfolding. But on the other hand, we are also very concerned what will be the consequence of this very proud outcome of our trade relationship with the US. Now, so after almost 30 years, the US come back to become Taiwan's #1 trading partner. So almost 33% of Taiwan's trade went to the US in the first quarter of this year. On average, that's similar level for the year 2025. So, and China is coming down from 3% all the way to 23% or 25% for the first quarter of this year. So you can see the relative change of importance also reflected in the seriousness of Taiwan's preparation, really to manage the trade negotiation the best way we can. So given all these realities on the ground in terms of trade flow and other interactions, I think Taiwan's ability to secure a favorable terms that is in bar with Korea, Japan, and European Union is probably the best outcome we can get. Don't forget, politically, Taiwan is relatively handicapped with all the other three partners. I'm talking about Japan and also Korea. And also the lack of previous experience in terms of trade negotiation. You know, in the last, to my memory, in the last 25 years, we don't have serious trade tariff negotiations ever with the US. All the trade talks under TIFA and other frameworks are all about non-trade issues. No, sorry, non-tariff issues. Right. So this is the first time that we are taking a serious negotiation with the US in terms of market opening. Right. So there are two implications. First is that we don't have, we have relatively little experience in terms of tariff negotiation with the US. And secondly, our domestic preparation is relatively slower than that of Japan and Korea in terms of opening up, for example, our agricultural market to the US, which is a major agricultural exporting country. Right. So given all these constraints and political constraints, economic constraints, historical experience-wise constraints, I think this is really a very proud outcome that we are able to achieve. Right. Now, I totally agree with Riley that I think the US is rebuilding the tariff before the Supreme Court ruling. So before the ruling, Taiwan, just like Japan, Korea, we got 15% without staking. My guess is by late July, early August, we're going to see the same tariff structure coming back. And that will become part of the ART agreement that we concluded. So we need to change slightly the legal foundation for all these commitments offered by the US. But I think one thing that they don't need to rewrite is the tariff rate. So my guess is 15% without staking is the most likely outcome. And we'll verify this by the end of July and early August. The 301 investigation, we got 10% because we are not effectively enforcing a ban on forced labor economic inputs, right? And the government has committed after the announcement of that investigation to accelerate, speed up our efforts to bring all the relevant ministries into a coordinated platform to ensure that according to Taiwan's trade law, we're going to prohibit the importation of forced labor products from countries that have been identified by the US as the source of forced labor origin. This is according to, I forgot it, Article 3 or Article 5 of the ART, which Taiwan agreed to coordinate with the US in terms of the identification of forced labor economic input sources. So the key is implementation. So we have all the commitments ready. I think we have all the political willingness ready. So the next challenge will be how are we going to implement effectively all the commitments we offered under this. So that's the 301. In terms of excess capacity, the challenge for Taiwan is not excessive capacity, it's lack of capacity. The orders are building up, and all the factories are running 24 hours trying to catch up with the demand, right? So we'll see the outcome of the investigation on that. Now, the last part, I want to talk about two challenges. The first one is the implementation challenges. So you can see, throughout the US administration, in particular the Trump administrations, they are really, really serious about the implementation of the agreement. There used to be a challenge for Taiwan that everyone, all the ministry become a little bit too relaxed after the signing, right? But the signing is just the starting point of the challenge. And so the implementation includes what really described as the French situation in our parliament, right? You see, interestingly, Korea, Japan, and the European Parliament has all adopted the bilateral agreement with the US, with conditions attached, of course. We are the only one out of this 4-country group that hasn't really started the ratification process. So we are already in procedural-wise a latecomer in that regard. So just that's I'm putting extra challenges, limitations on top of this parliamentary, the political situation in our parliament. That's the first one. Secondly is, of course, the implementation of the investment commitment under the MOU, right? I think what is the main challenge is not so much about the willingness to invest. I would say it's rather the speed of investment. President Trump has made it increasingly clear that he wants to see the implementation, the figures, the investment, the money arrive before the end of his presidency. So we're not talking about a down payment with a long investment scheme. We're talking about very compressed time frame in terms of making investment. For TSMC, I don't think there's a problem. They have already 160 on the ground, or at least committed in the bank. But for many of the SMEs that are coming with US TSMC, that will become a major challenge in the next 24 months, really, to convince our US counterparts that we are delivering the commitment. On the tariffs, I think the challenge comes from the fact that we don't have a serious market opening experience in the last 25 years. Well, one of the major reasons that we were excluded because of China's opposition from major regional integration undertakings, such as CPTPP, and also on bilateral level, no FTAs, right? So the last major market opening reform took place back in late 90s when we are in the process of entering the WTO. So that would be the two domains that I would say we're going to see a lot of challenges in terms of implementing the commitments. The last one is about this unsustainable trade deficit or surplus, right? I'm really worried that by December this year, we're going to become, Taiwan is going to become the #1 source of trade deficit, overtaking Mexico, Canada, and China. That's amazing, right? Depending on how you look at this, right? But it's not sustainable. Right? So I'm actually writing out a piece. I'm not sure if I can conclude my writing, but I was thinking about alternative solutions. One of the possibilities that a free trade zone under this Pax Silica framework that will put zero tariff products, high-tech products entering the US into a different, a separate trade statistic category. Right now, the 200 billion is everything together, right? But as Rayleigh point out, 80% of that comes from high-tech, which is tariff-free, right? And they are mixed with products that have entering the U.S. market with the reciprocal tariffs. But anyway, so it's not sustainable in the long run, and we really need to work out something for mutual benefits. It's not benefiting Taiwan; it's also benefiting the U.S. I don't think the companies, the company we were joking, right? Before that, we are so happy to see this growing trade surplus or deficit, but now. We have to say to our U.S. colleagues that I'm sorry, I don't mean it. Please forgive us about this. It's not the way. If Taiwan wants Taiwan to become a strategic partner in this AI leadership, we need to work out a new solution to that. Right. I think for the first round, I'll stop here. We'll continue the conversation later. Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much, Dr. Lee. I really appreciate also you emphasizing the trade deficit, as that is also a potential large source of contention that we will also have to discuss more later as well. But before we get to that, I would like to invite Sylvia to also share your remarks and thoughts on the US-Taiwan trade. So to you, Sylvia.
Thank you for having me here. It's an honor to sit alongside esteemed colleagues such as Dr. Lee and Mr. Walter. And both have touched upon very important issues on tariffs and Taiwan's trade surplus with the United States. And I want to start our conversation by stating that Taiwan is the cornerstone of United States' effort of using trade policy as a tool of technological competition with China. And we're leveraging our shared democratic values. So, and that said, Taiwan is an irreplaceable partner. You hear me?
Yes.
Okay, I'm hearing echoes. So Taiwan is an irreplaceable partner in a trusted advanced technology supply chain. And both of my colleagues here have alluded to the Section 301 investigation on overcapacity, as well as the over trade surplus issues. So let me go back to Section 301 investigation that USTR drafted back in a few months ago. They had contributed, they had associated trade surplus as a factor, as an indicator of overcapacity. And So I'm looking at trade data from Taiwan to the export data from Taiwan to United States last year. Our number one exports to the United States are servers and server components that amount to 86.7 billion US dollars. And number two is printed circuits assemblies that are $43.6 billion. And that's accumulated to about 60% of Taiwan's export to the United States in terms of value. And that brings to the advanced semiconductor industry and these products play significant roles in the U.S. trade policy and also U.S. security policy. And I wanted to go back to this complex supply chain of semiconductor manufacturing. And we know that Taiwanese companies have spent investment and built up extensive supply chain in the United States, and have committed to increasing investment as the ART has provided. But one thing about, if you look at it under customs laws, when an expensive die is fabricated in Arizona and is shipped back to Taiwan for further processing into different for packaging into CPUs, and they are entered back to the United States under different tariff codes. It's with the entire value of the CPU included, which included the cost and labor of the United States. So this trade surplus is more complex than what we expected to understand Taiwan's trade surplus is really all from Taiwan, or it's including some parts of the United States investment. And now we're going back to this. And now we're going back to Riley alluded to the national security tariffs, and that's the Section 232 tariffs. And when now since we're talking about semiconductors, there is as condition to Section 232 tariffs on semiconductors, with tied to its Taiwanese semiconductor produced that invested in the United States. So if the Taiwanese companies are building new U.S. Semiconductor capacity, they may import up to 2.5 times of that amount of construction value without paying Section 232 tariffs. So it's more like the tariffs are serving like an incentive to invest more onshore to the United States. And that says, as Abby mentioned earlier, I also work on export control issues. And one thing that I wanted to say about the ART, it is really one of a kind, unprecedented type of trade agreement. It is incorporating commitment to export control regulatory alignment and to domesticate U.S. extraterritorial control into the Taiwanese domestic regulation. So that said, we have heard about the U.S.'s foreign direct product rule on the semiconductor supply chain. And under Article 5.2, Taiwan must align its export control system to stay current with the U.S. export administration regulations, and also to pass new rules to incorporate FDPR. And the alignment is actually a moving target because it's a little bit vague in terms of what the level of commitment be, because EAR might be amended anytime, and that means Taiwan must to keep pace with its amendment and its updates. So now I'm going to wrap up with the challenges. As I mentioned earlier, that the overcapacity issue is less it's more complicated than the Taiwan's overcapacity. We need to look at the complexity of the advanced technology supply chain. And the next thing in terms of the semiconductors supply chain and US trade relations, one thing challenges how the regulatory alignment is going to play out. It's very uncertain because the two regulatory systems are quite different, and it's going to be a lot of effort into how these two Taiwan is going to be able to live up to its commitment under ARC. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sylvia, for pointing out the very complex conditions of like high-tech supply chains and kind of, what exactly goes into, the surplus or, trade deficit numbers. I would like to kind of start off my first question on to all the panelists. Dr. Lee mentioned this quite a bit in terms of the trade deficit as a potential, alternative solution is to, establish some kind of a free trade zone, kind of lower the majority of the products, such as, the high-tech products under a certain category. But I'm curious if any of our panelists have other potential thoughts on, what Taiwan could do in terms of the trade deficit, or is that something, more of a narrative that needs to be changed? So I don't know if
my default is it's a narrative issue. It's a communications problem, and it's been this for the last year, I would say. And I think if I were giving advice, which it's not always good for economists to give advice, but anyways, we try. It's a reminder that the MOU is in a way paying for this increasing trade deficit. Their argument is that the administration's argument is that the tariffs is bringing in the investment. And certainly there are some aspects of that. I mean, companies are trying to get around the tariffs by having domestic capacity, but even tariffs in a way can actually increase trade deficits in the short term. And so I think if Taiwan can just remind this administration that, we have committed this $500 billion, which is, up there with Japan, which is it's greater than Korea's investment. It's up there with the EU. Remind them that this is in a way actually paying for this growing trade deficit, which American companies are actually the source. It's America's demand for AI. That's the source of all this growing trade imbalance.
Dr. Lee or somebody, do you have anything to add?
Well, as I mentioned, I'm in a brainstorming stage, right? So I think a very important first step is to recognize there is a problem, that we need innovative way to address it, rather than just waiting to see the final figure by December and everyone start to be surprised about the possible reactions from the US side. Maybe there's no reaction, but I think we should be prepared for all scenarios possibilities. So what I'm saying is the real problem that we have to rethink about what is happening is that the growing demand for AI, well, there are different expectations or predictions, but in the next 3 to 5 years, we haven't reached the peak of that demand, right? So even though there's a large number of investments that are going to relocate in the US, I think the magnitude of the growth of demand will offset the relocation production that will take away some of the trade volumes previously, right? Well, anyway, we need a serious study on that. We are trying. I'm trying to initiate something. We need to have some prediction to better understand this. It is not simply investment for trade formulation. That's a more traditional way of making the predictions, right? So which means more investment will take away the trade because trade will substitute import, right? But this AI growth, I think we are talking about an entirely different development trend. So that is why the very first step is to recognize it is a structural problem. Now, I think Taiwan has to be, as really mentioned, there is a communication challenge, of course. And my understanding is that at technical levels, people understand why this is happening, and no one is really blaming Taiwan or the companies. But at the political level, right, the communication changed. We need new strategy to that. What I'm offering just now is like a more fundamental structural way to address the challenge. But I think everything is good as long as we understand there's a problem and it's not sustainable, and we need innovation, creativity, really to come out with a more systematic way of addressing the challenge. Otherwise, I'm really worried that this is just the first year of this surge of trade deficit growth, trade deficit. Next year, I don't want to think about it because it will get worse and worse over time, right?
Thank you for putting that up.
Or better, depends on how you see it.
Yeah, so I guess it's apparent from Dr. Lee's perspective, the AI trend is we're not at the peak. It's going to be something that will widen deficits in the years to come. Sylvia, I don't know if you have anything else to add on this.
I agree with both speakers that we should shift the narrative, and instead of focusing on the trade surplus, why don't we focus on the economic and national security aspect of Taiwan's export and Taiwan's trade relations with the United States playing for the United States security policy. And that's very exemplary in the advanced semiconductor value chain that fuels US's advantage in frontier AI development. And also that Taiwan is a trusted partner and is committed to the choke point control that the United States is hoping to achieve. So that part is should be considered into this this overall trade relations. That economic security is also increasingly playing a bigger role in the trade policy world.
Yeah, I think that's also a very good point. When you kind of consider just the numbers, it might, easily be twisted into one narrative. But if you kind of bring in the importance of national security and, friendshoring and non-red supply chains, that could be, also a very vital interest for the U.S. as well. The second question I have for all the panelists was also briefly mentioned. So we know, kind of the importance and centrality of Taiwan's role in, the semiconductor industry, in tech and AI. But I'm curious if you see kind of other, potential industries that, might be either, a great potential area of further strengthening of cooperation, or maybe something like agriculture that could be potentially another point of contention. So I'm curious to your thoughts on that as well.
Like I was saying earlier, with regard to passing the ARG, I think agriculture, medical issues, maybe some of the other non-tariff barriers within Taiwan that the United States would like to see removed. I think that will become a point of contention. I would say it's going to become more of a Taipei problem than it is a Washington problem, though, because the emphasis will be on for Taiwan to pass what has been agreed to. So I think within Taiwan's domestic politics, that will become an issue. And then, the question then afterwards is just, does anyone actually import, more of American things with the American standard of food? So I wouldn't say that's so much of a contentious issue, but I think the real challenge is, how do we articulate the areas that we are doing well in? That is not just chips, right? There's so many supply chains that go into chip manufacturing, packaging, machine tools, chemicals, you name it. Even a semiconductor itself travels over 70 borders before it's actually made. Servers have over 43,000 chips in them, and that's not including all the parts that go into it. And there's certainly a lot of Taiwanese companies that are in that value chain other than just TSMC. And so how do we communicate that deep integration? I think broader. It's not as sexy as TSMC, right? TSMC is the most valuable company I would say in the world right now, actually, not SpaceX, but it is the most valuable given our interest in semiconductors. So how do we talk about the companies that are part of that? That's really important.
Yeah, I think that's a good point. I think in the headlines it's easy to just kind of emphasize and focus on one company, but it actually behind it's like hundreds, thousands of companies going into this very complex supply chain as well. Dr. Lee, Sylvia.
Let me just jump in first. I have two very tangible recommendations. The first one of opportunities outside high tech is maximize and capture the opportunities that are coming out of this, what I call, or everyone calling it, the non-rate supply chain reform agenda. Now, under Trump's administration, not specifically, but it's happening already in the last decade, that there are certain strategic sensitive sectors that we see the acceleration of removing China elements in the supply chain. And the best example is the defense industry, right? The NDAA has already authorized the MOD to remove in a significant way Chinese inputs in the defense system by the year 2027. And also for many other strategic sectors, pharmaceutical included, the reindustrialization or the self-sufficiency programs are all on full speed. Now, you want to take up. We understand the objective is to remove the dependency or even remove the risk of having too much China involvement in sensitive supply chains. But at the same time, you want to minimize, you want to control the extra costs of doing that, which implies that you have to look around and find the most efficient suppliers next to China. And you very soon you'll come to the conclusion that there are just a handful of countries that can meet that requirement. And Taiwan, of course, will qualify on all factors to become the source of substitutions, right? After all, we spent the last 30 years to transform Taiwan to become the global kingmakers, right? Now there are more people who want to get the throne. We are happy to facilitate that. So work along that, find a substitution that minimizes the impact of de-risk decoupling. And also for the de-risking part, again, you want to reduce the dependency. You can have self-sufficiency, strategic autonomy to produce all the products in the US, but at the end of the day, you still need the global supply system. And also at the same time, in the process of reindustrialization, you need the backbone, right? You need machineries, you need tools, you need all this infrastructure, manufacturing infrastructure that Taiwan still offers the best options outside of China, right? So that's the first area. For the second part is semiconductors, but I would like to focus on traditional semiconductors. I don't like the term traditional. I call them foundational because yes, the process is traditional, but the demand, the growth is really, in many cases, more important than advanced semiconductors. 70% of the chips we use in one iPhone is from the foundational chipset. The 30% that you need advanced manufacturing process. So for these foundational chips, really, I have to highlight the fact that we are creating the next rare earth in the next 5 years. And we are funding China to come back to weaponize this on us. So that is the reason I call it the next rare earth. Now, different predictions suggest different timeline, but they all point out that by the year 2032, China will account for about around 50 to 50% of the global market share of foundational chips. Another prediction I came across suggesting by 2040, China will account for more than 75%. Right, and we are funding them, including Taiwanese companies. We are still putting our contracts on SMIC and other foundational chip manufacturer in China. So that's another area that we have to think seriously to manage this rare earth challenge coming to light in the next 5 years. To do that, you need to find new partners to manufacture these foundational chips outside of China. Well, not necessarily in Taiwan or in the US, because traditional chips are much more sensitive to cost. Right, so I'm talking about Vietnam, Thailand, Malaysia, or even the Philippines, and maybe in Mexico. But how can we achieve that? You need someone, again, the backbone, the kingmakers, to help this to happen. And that's another area I would say that we need to spend more energy to figure out what will be the best solution for everyone.
That's a very good point. The emphasis on non-red supply chain that we usually see, drones as, a product for further cooperation between U.S. Well, Sylvia, I'm not sure if you have anything to add on this topic.
I absolutely echo Dr. Lee's point on the importance of a secure supply chain and Taiwan's manufacturing capabilities role in supporting U.S.'s goal for securing supply chain and risking dependency on China. So, and that said, I want to point out that under ART, Taiwan has demonstrated commitment towards supply chain transparency and commitment towards export control coordination alignment, an investment scheme to show that Taiwan is actively supporting U.S.'s effort to secure critical supply chains in emerging technology and also traditional manufacturing sector as well. And as U.S. is going forward with its Section 232, the national security tariffs on several products that's to ensure its security, its national security. Right. So one thing about to consider Taiwan's role in supporting reducing the cost of U.S.'s building up its own national manufacturing capability, and sectors like products like in the UAVs, the drones, robotics. These are products that Taiwan can already leverage in its existing technological capability, its emerging technology ecosystem. and also that the regulatory commitment and that we are have demonstrated in art to support this overall national security objectives. Thank you.
Thank you. I guess my last question before opening up the floor would be, what other obstacles you might see in the upcoming year? I know we touched this upon, kind of the political aspect of, local elections in Taiwan. I'm curious as to our panelists have any other thoughts on potential events that also might change the trajectory of US-Taiwan trade relations in the future.
I feel like I'm getting you enough. There's a lot of.
There's already a lot of additional.
As Sylvia's kind of talked about, there are potential for new Section 232 tariffs and potentially even export controls. As well, we don't really know what the state of the US-China relationship is. We have this new framework of strategic stability, but that doesn't mean export controls are off the table. Just maybe the way that they're implemented changes. But those two things could probably come up. When I was talking about the timeline of implementing the ART, that could also be an issue. I think from a U.S. perspective, the White House, they want deals done and the ink dried already. And so to wait until September, October, maybe November, December, even after the election. I mean, we saw earlier this year, the administration become very apprehensive against South Korea for their sort of slow implementation of their investment agreement with the United States. And so what does that mean? Does it mean just a threat of higher tariffs potentially? And then of course, gets everyone riled up. But I think there's a lot.
Well, sorry, for me, I would say again the ratification of the two agreements, the ART and the MOUs are potentially the most uncertain topics in the next 6 to 12 months, and also to add to the complication, in November both US and Taiwan have election, right? And so a lot of political calculation will go that way, and that creates again uncertainties. And also finally, yeah, of course, the investment again. I'm still looking at the one of the biggest challenges for Taiwan in the next 24 months is the speed of investment. I think President Trump has indicated several times that he wants to see the outcome by 2028, right? And speed is a key factor in many regards. For smaller companies, it's about costs, extra costs that are associated, and also the risk of making kind of missteps because of the time constraints, right? So yeah, that's if we're talking about the future is 6 months, I would say ratification and the elections. But if we are talking about 12 to 24 months, I would say the speed of investment, and also of course the building up of the deficit or surplus.
So if you have a question for our panelists, could you please first state your name, affiliation, and keep your question to a question. Yeah, so.
Thanks so much. I've learned a lot today. So I'm Joe Webster. I'm a senior fellow at the Atlantic Council, and had a question regarding the exchange rate. So it was an interesting factoid that Taiwan had the largest bilateral trade surplus with the United States. Obviously, the exchange rate will play an important role in that determination. If you could walk us through some of the distributional impacts for shifting the exchange rate, I'm very curious to see how that would affect the tech sector versus other sectors in Taiwan, what the political economy implications of. Thank you.
So the question about exchange rates and the distribution of if we would impact certain sectors and others. Just wanted.
I'll take a stab at it. I think there's different layers to this. I think from the top down, the administration has been pretty removed from exchange rates. Even since the announcement of Liberation Day, where exchange rates were included in the discussion around tariffs, we never actually really saw any movement to address exchange rates. The US-Taiwan dollar exchange rate is pretty locked, I would say. I mean, there's some movement, but it's generally standardized. I think there are some in the United States who would like to see a depreciate or appreciation of the Taiwan dollar. But I wouldn't say from a US-Taiwan negotiating issue. I don't think it's going to come up. I don't know if Roy has maybe more deeper insight.
I agree. Personally, I cannot agree more even because I sold my US dollars for Taiwan to NT with the expectation that the NT dollar will depreciate since last year. And really, you're absolutely right. The exchange rate remained quite stagnated, very stable in the last 12 months. Right, so it's not really happening. And the one key kind of milestone development is that if you recall, there was an MOU between the Taiwan Central Bank with the Treasury Department on their understanding regarding exchange rate. So literally, the MOU was saying that there is a consensus that the central bank in Taiwan is not artificially keeping the exchange rate at unreasonable level, but they will continue exchange of information on that. Right. So yes, I think even at a policy level, that's probably one of the latest evidence that exchange rate is still an issue, but it's not the priority is coming down a little bit. Thanks.
I wanted to add to our earlier discussion on and also to the exchange rate, and so the regulatory and uncertainties can definitely contribute to. So Taiwan is a trusted partner of the United States, and regular uncertainty from the United States side can definitely detriment that this trusted partnership, and additional tariff investigations coming from Commerce or USTR is not only showing showing the missteps of this relationship, but also adding the exchange rate problems. Like we're paying more tariffs into the U.S. reserve, so we're propping up the dollar. So it's actually a two-edged sword policy of whether to issuing more investigations and punitive tariffs, and also adding to this currency issue. Thanks.
My name is Wani. I'm a graduate student from Georgetown, and I have a further question for Dr. Lee, which is based on the question that our moderator has just raised. We were talking about how are we going to diversify Taiwan's economy. Because we know that last year Taiwan's GDP has raised dramatically, which is great performance due to the AI boom. And just now, Dr. Lee was talking about how Taiwan's going to replace China in terms of supplying U.S. defense industry. But I feel like probably the Taiwan strategy is relying too much on the AI industry and defense industry of the US. Because what if one day the AI bubble somehow breaks? That's going to be kind of disaster for Taiwan economy. We have a strategy to diversify Taiwan's economy in terms of developing agriculture, tourism, first and third industry instead of only focusing on the second industry. Thank you.
Right, thank you. First of all, Taiwan is not a planned economy. So the decision to move into high tech and underpins Taiwan's ability to capture this great opportunity of this AI super cycle is not, man-made, right? We didn't plan as that much. It was the efforts of a collective private entrepreneurs and all these innovative engineers who have been working behind the scene for the last 30 years, right? And so and also I don't think AI there is the risk of a burst of the bubble for the AI. There is always a bubble problem for the stock market, but AI as an industry, where I agree with many of the arguments that we're at only the beginning of a very long-term development of a new generation of technologies that will change our industry and change our life. So, but still, yes, Taiwan is very imbalanced. Right, the growth rate coming out of the GDP growth is basically coming out of one sector, that is the high-tech sector. The high sector provides only like 10 to 12% of the employment opportunities. So we're talking about out of this 11 million workforce, they contribute about 1 million jobs. And to add on that, we have 2 to 2.5 million Taiwanese who own some TSMC shares. We put them as the winners of this super cycle, but that which means like 80% of Taiwan's population are not really feeling the bonus, the joy of that growth, right? And in some cases, they feel actually the impact, the growing costs of living. So yes, it will become a serious challenge. It has already become a serious challenge. What I'm witnessing is that the current demonstration in Taiwan is very well understand the challenge. You can see a lot of resources that has been put to help SMEs from non-tech sectors to really address these challenges. But diversification, well, first of all, diversification of export markets is in theory very easy to write up a research report, but in reality it's so difficult for Taiwan, especially because our trade flow is defined by the global supply chain. It's not defined by government policy, right? Because we are, again, a key player, supplier in the system. So we follow the systems. So 30 years ago, when the system went to China, our trade goes to China. 30 years later, when the system go back to the US, our trade go to US. So it is actually very difficult for Taiwan to diversify to places where the system is not relocated to, right? That being said, I would say in the next 24 months, you're going to see some visible policy reform agendas being introduced here in Taiwan to address this imbalance development challenge. Right, it will be a very important, even a key factor in the lead up of the 2028 presidential election. And my understanding is that President Lai's team understands the seriousness of this challenge, and we are working on that. Again, I'm sorry, I didn't provide a solution to that. I mean, okay, if there is a simple solution, let's have a TSMC for all industry. So we have TSMC for sports shoes, right? We have TSMC for bicycles. Let's have TSMC for machine tools, and let's have TSMC for metal tools, for everything. We have some mini TSMCs already. Some of them are even non-trade publicly traded companies. So the objective is to have TSMC. We cannot afford every company stay in the market, but let's have TSMC, and the leadership of that TSMC will take everyone on board. But again, I'm sorry, this is I'm a think tanker. I can come up with wild ideas. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Lee, for that very humorous response. Yes.
Graham Anderson with the US-China Economic Security Review Commission. I want to ask a little bit about the other side. Well, thanks so much for talking through the complex issues, fluid issues with US-Taiwan trade relations. But wondering how that impacts China's ability to exert economic leverage on Taiwan with the recent increase, economic performance, dynamism of TSMC and GDP growth recently. I'm wondering if that lessens the threat vector throughout Taiwan's economy. Traditionally, like big story a couple of years ago with China targeting agricultural products, very discrete trade categories. But how do you see the larger shift with trade from Taiwan reorienting back towards the US impacting China's economic leverage over Taiwan?
Yeah.
Brent?
You can go ahead. Yeah, you go first.
No, I thought Randy, you are more qualified to answer that first.
No.
Then we'll add on.
I think the more immediate risk that I see is in the political space, really. When we're talking, like what Dr. Lee was just saying, there is a growing divergence between those who have and those who have not in Taiwan. I mean, the whole economy on average is growing, but those who are growing exponentially compared to those who have not. And it ties into the US-Taiwan trade issues, right? We were talking about the goods that are being exempted versus the goods that are not being exempted from tariffs. So those small and medium enterprises who are seeing a higher tariff rate, they're happy in the sense that they're more on a level playing field with like exports from Korea and Japan, but they're still seeing higher tariff rates in the United States. So in a way, it's, there is, back to the Chinese economy, there are the small and medium enterprises who are not benefiting as much from the boom in AI. And so what we have in cross-strait relations is, I think there are some in China, some in Taiwan even, who suggest that greater cross-strait economic relations can help those who have not. And so pulling on those strings and offering up carrots at this point in a way gives China that leverage. Again, relative to the relationship between the US and Taiwan, which again from those companies' perspective is much more of a stick. It's 15% tariff versus what it was before, which was very low. And so I don't know if you have additional thoughts.
Right. Oh, okay. So I think China's ability to weaponize economic relationship with Taiwan is, based on my experience, much smaller than it appears on surface. First of all, our import sources are very diversified. So China takes about 20%, ASEAN 10 countries, 11, 12%, US 12%, Japan 10%. So we are quite diversified. And I remember a few years back, my center undertook research to understand the dependency problem with China. And most of the company, as I remember, most of the company my colleagues interviewed responded with the answer that they have this de-risking mindset from day one. So they will never let China dominate their supply sources. And the reason they are buying from China at this moment is because it's cheaper, not because China is the monopoly, right? So that doesn't apply to all companies, of course, but as a rule of thumb, the dependency problem has always been part of the calculation when our companies make their purchasing and supply relationship, right? And that's one factor that is managing, controlling the risk. And secondly, to a large extent, our trade relationship with China is the reflection of a reverse dependency. It's actually China's dependency on our export of traditional semiconductors. Again, as China is doubling down its efforts to increase its domestic capacities, the trade on those categories are actually declining very visibly in the last 3-5 years, and that also lead to a reduction of our trade surplus with China. It's happening already in the last 5 years. I guess in the next 5 years, we're going to see even more reduced trade between, more reduced imports from China, from Taiwan into China because of the substitution effect that is really kicking in. So overall, I think that explains why China's economic quotient for the last decade are always focused on two things: agriculture and tourism. They have done this on agriculture 7 years ago, and they have been doing that like 2 years later. So it's always agriculture and tourism. And there's a good reason for that. Because for those hardcore trade items, it hurts China more if they weaponize the relationship. This is the current situation. Now, as China's domestic substitution becomes much more powerful in the next 2-5 years, I guess China will get more leverage in terms of economic weaponization. But for the time being, at this moment, the risk is manageable. But I'm not saying we are risk-free. Of course, like every other country, we are exposed to the weaponization risk every day. But the mindset, the de-risking mindset of all Taiwanese companies, the very diversified import sources, and also at this moment still relatively reverse dependency structure of trade, ensure that we still have some time to manage the risk that is coming up in the future.
Thank you so much.
May I please jump in?
Oh, yes.
Hi. Dr. Lee, thank you so much for your thoughts. But in my opinion, that the risk might be more imminent than we expect. We're seeing increasingly that China's willingness to pull economic coercion and also regulatory legal levers on foreign firms doing business with China, and that Taiwanese firms included. And one of Taiwanese biggest industry is the semiconductor industry, also emerging technology. And let's not forget China's dominance in the critical minerals and rare earth in export and processing capacity. So that will become a very imminent reality for Taiwanese high-tech industry when China chooses to leverage that lever. And also that recently China has, the Security Council has implemented 3 regulations and forbidding foreign companies that complying with foreign supply chain laws, and also foreign exercise of extra jurisdictions such as sanctions and export control like FDPR. And so that means like business, not just Taiwanese companies, also European also companies that's doing business in China that has global presence, so want to comply with these obligations coming from the US and the EU, will be faced with a hard rock and a hard place, that which side to comply with, and that just increases economic risk of doing business in China, and that these are kind of levers that China can pull towards this de-risking and diversification policies that the US, Taiwan, and the EU is trying to achieve. Thank you. That's my thought.
Thank you,
I'm sorry,
Sylvia.
I need to come back. Can I do that? 1 minute.
Okay.
I think I missed the most important risk factor. That is our investment in China. Now, officially for public traded companies, the figures is about 250 billion in the last 30 years, aggregated investment value. For non-public traded companies, I assume, because there's no official data, but I assume another 250 billion. So we're talking about 500 billion minimum, and there are at least 200 to 300 billion investment that went to China through back channels, through tax havens, right, in the last 30. So we're talking about somewhere between 500 to 700 billion US dollars that's been that's are still politically and economically captured in China. So far, China has abused this position several times to a much smaller scale in the last decade, right? But again, this is the biggest source of risk for Taiwan economically in the next decade. Many of these companies are quietly withdrawing or at least downplaying their presence in China. But I always joke that it is an act of art to achieve that, because China are all out to monitor the change of how many people you're hiring, how many revenues are generating. They want to ensure that. But anyway, so that's the risk factors. How China is going to leverage that to manipulate the position, I don't know. But they have never they are never short of the way to manipulate and leverage this position. So well, now market force is addressing this challenge, but the speed might not be optimal. So I'll stop here.
Thank you so much, Dr. Lee. And so for the sake of time, get ready for a panel. Unfortunately, we have to stop here. But it was very lively discussion on kind of all these different factors that are going to come into play in the next short to medium term and in terms of US-Taiwan trade relations. And so really appreciate our panelists, especially Dr. Lee and also Sylvia, for staying up late in Taiwan. And so thank you so much for participating, and we look forward to hosting you soon. Take a quick kind of 15-minute break before we resume our next panel.
Leverage the structure of the zone is in Kaohsiung, Honolulu, San Diego. Roy.
Good morning. Thank you all for joining us at Global Taiwan Institute. My name is Riley Walters. I'm a senior non-resident fellow here. If you're just joining us, welcome to our half-day panel on US-Taiwan economic issues. If you've been with us since this morning, thank you for sticking around. I think this is going to be an excellent panel, and we're going to have an event right after this as well. So please stick with us, and I'm going to briefly introduce our speakers. They're going to give some remarks, and then we're going to go into some moderated Q&A, and then if we have time, we'll open up for the audience as well. Right, so first off, to my right, we have Pamela Fan. She is a member of PGA Albright Stonebridge Group. She is former Deputy Assistant Secretary for Asia of the Department of Commerce, and before that, she was also formerly head of the Office of Commercial and Business Affairs at the State Department. And then immediately to my left, we have Fred Fisher, who is Senior Vice President at American Global Strategies. He is former Deputy Assistant USTR for American Competitiveness and Enterprise. And so I'm going to go ladies first, if that's all right.
Sure.
Pamela, I'm going to give you 7 to 10 minutes, I think it was, something like that.
That's very generous. Thank
You can take less if you'd like. We'll return it to our investors here, and then we'll go with Fred. So Pamela.
That sounds great. I'm going to shift my chair a little bit so you see that thing. On that side as well. Let me start just by thanking the Global Taiwan Institute for organizing this and inviting us. And thanks to Abby in particular for doing some hand holding. Riley, it's great to have you as moderator. I also want to congratulate the Hudson Institute on announcing Joel Scanlon as your new president and CEO. So very, very excited. I had a chance to have a little bit of the first panel on background while I was working through some stuff this morning. And I think one of the things that struck me is the reference to Taiwan is indispensable, irreplaceable, a cornerstone of our economic relationship, and especially what we're doing on the technological front. I think there are a number of ways to take a look at this. Number one, we and Taiwan, the United States and Taiwan are strategically aligned as partners who both value democracy and rule of law and are working together on a trusted supply chain architecture, which has become more and more important in this day and age, primarily when it comes to technology and innovation. Taiwan obviously is deeply embedded in the production networks that undergird not only AI, but cloud computing, electronics, industrial automation, as well as the defense industrial base. All priorities for the US government, especially now under the Trump administration. Of course, it's complicated because while critical to what the administration is trying to achieve, there is an economic rebalancing that has been at the heart of the conversation that the administration's had. I think some of these statistics were provided earlier in the first panel, but if you look at the Department of Commerce Census Bureau statistics just from April, Taiwan overtook China to become the #3 largest trading partner of the United States. Pretty remarkable. We've got Mexico, Canada, and in the past, China. Now Taiwan has overtaken China's spot. Also in April, you could see that the United States' largest trade deficit is now in fact with Taiwan. And about 90% of that really is in the computer, electronics, semiconductor area. So, that's something that I'm sure that we'll get to later. Recognizing that, I think, for the year that I was in the administration post Liberation Day, and I should mention that until April 2026, so the Department of Commerce, we had a series of tariff and trade measures impacting Taiwan. The administration had announced 32% as a tariff level on Taiwan as of Liberation Day. That was put on hold for a while, and by the end of July 31st, that 32% came down to 20%. And through a series of negotiations, both the the Agreement for Reciprocal Trade, as well as the MOU that has been established for strategic investments, that now has come down to a reciprocal tariff rate of 15%, with preferential treatment for a number of sectors, and we can get into that. So against that backdrop, there are a number of areas that have been prioritized for cooperation and are worth discussing in this conversation. I will tackle 5 of them, although it's not an exhaustive list by any means. Semiconductors and advanced electronics really is at the top of the list, especially given the role that it plays in the trade deficit and in the trade numbers we talked about. What the US wants here is supply chain resilience, but also more US domestic production. What Taiwan wants is market access, tariff certainty, and some assurances relating to its competitiveness in this space. And so we're seeing this play out in the conversation relating to everything from fabs to advanced packaging, materials, equipment, design, workforce, you name it. Number 2 area is AI and high performance computing infrastructure. Again, if you look at the statistics, and if you look at global advanced chip production, Taiwan accounts for about 90% of global advanced chip production. They are also fundamental to the manufacturing development of servers, cooling systems, components, electronics, and manufacturing services as well. So I mentioned earlier, deeply embedded in what we are trying to accomplish as a country in these areas. Number 3 area of cooperation, supply chain resilience beyond just semiconductors and AI. And this is where, if you take a look at what the Department of Commerce and Department and USTR have negotiated, preferential access has been provided by the United States in areas including auto parts, aircraft components, timber, lumber, wood derivative products, and there has been ongoing conversation related to pharmaceuticals and as well. 4th area for cooperation, FDI, and that goes in both directions. In 2024, US investment in Taiwan was $20.1 billion. This is FDI stock. And Taiwan investment here in the US, $14.8 billion. The Department of Commerce does an annual Select USA Summit, which brings in foreign investors from all over the world. And year after year after year, Taiwan has sent one of the largest delegations to that summit. But of course, US companies are also increasingly interested in investing in Taiwan in a number of key areas. Number 5 area for cooperation, and I think this also came up in the panel, export controls, investment screening, and standards. Some of the rules of the road, especially as US trade policy is moving more to focus on how exposed we all are to coercive and high-risk dependencies. We have increasingly seen the administration engaging with like-minded partners to find commonality in these areas. I'll talk briefly about some of the complications to our cooperation before wrapping up and handing it over to cross-strait risks. There is timeliness to this conversation because it comes just weeks after the Trump-Xi summit in Beijing, as well as the recent visit by Chairwoman Wen to the United States. It is interesting to see how the DPP and how KMT are talking about US relations and the US-China-Taiwan relationship. It is the case that both parties believe in continued engagement and the importance of a strong relationship with the US. However, how China factors into it and whether or not Taiwan may be overly reliant on the United States, you will see some differentiation there, especially in remarks that the chairwoman provided when she was here in the United States. US tariff and trade policy volatility, obviously, is another area of complication. And for Taiwan, that means uncertainty when it comes to future tariff rates. the quota definitions, potential exemptions, actual US legal authority for the various rounds of announcements that have come out on the tariff and trade. This also makes it hard for companies on both sides to really do long-term planning as they are trying to think through investment in their supply chain. Third complication, industrial-based anxiety. I think there's been a lot of talk and analysis about the silicon shield that Taiwan benefits from. As the United States administration is focused on bringing production back here to the United States, I think there are some real concerns about whether or not that could potentially weaken the silicon shield or transfer some of the strategic leverage that traditionally Taiwan has felt that it has. Fourth area of complication, energy reliability. Taiwan is reliant on imports for over 95% of its energy needs. Being a small island, constrained in its own natural resources. What this means is that there are power shortages, on a regular occurrence, especially for those that are in the manufacturing space. These power shortages can threaten technological and industrial competitiveness and really do need to be addressed. And then finally, domestic politics, both in Taiwan and here in the United States. I think there's a lot of attention that's been paid to and a lot of conversation about November already, both for our side and for Taiwan's side. The KMT has been pretty vocal in its criticisms on everything from energy policy. The current administration has embraced its reluctance to move more aggressively in the direction of nuclear, for example, to the US investment deal and what the actual impact assessment is on any of those given projects that are being discussed. It's also differentiating itself vis-a-vis the DPP when it comes to how much or how little confrontation there should be in the US-China-Taiwan framework. And you kind of see some of this play out in the recent action when it got to the legislative yuan of the defense budget that is being advocated for by the current administration. Let me close with what I began with, which is this concept of Taiwan as indispensable. And I think what we should all be thinking about is the next phase of this US-Taiwan economic relationship, and how important it is in this next phase to balance several obligations and several competing objectives all at the same time. We're seeking to reduce supply chain vulnerabilities. And so what does that mean? How do you build US manufacturing capacity while at the same time preserving Taiwan's technological edge? How do you manage the tariff uncertainty and keep track of the shifts in tariff policy and how that might impact an individual company's decision making? How do you ensure sustained political support both in Washington and in Taipei for any individual company's objectives and these broader goals that we're trying to achieve, including in the reduction and strengthening of supply chain resilience, reduction of vulnerabilities and strengthening supply chain resilience. So I will stop there and turn it back over to my co-comments.
Thank you very much. That was a lot of food for thought. I think you hit on one of the challenges that we face here in Washington constantly is just broad spectrum of interests, right? And of course, that exists in Taipei too. And trying to figure out where's politics going, where's the bureaucracy going, and where the company is in between, trying to land on all of this. But I appreciate your comment that you think that the US and Taiwan are strategically aligned, at least at the top. And that's really important for moving past a lot of these issues. Brett, I'm going to turn it over to you, and then same thing, 10 minutes, and then we'll go over to a little Q&A.
Sounds very good. Well, thank you very, very much for having me here. It's a pleasure to speak with all of you. And thank you for that wonderful introduction and I'm going to just do a quick presentation. I think it's just a little more detail and a visual kind of presentation. I think some of the thoughts that you just discussed. So next slide, please. So I thought it would be interesting just to, this is from Taiwan's perspective, so their trade perspective. Taiwan's exports are on the left and Taiwan's imports are on the right. And I highlighted where the US is on both of these. My next slide, you can just, no, you can keep it, you can still keep it there, sorry. We'll show how that has changed over time. There we go. But you can clearly see that the US today is a major export market for Taiwan and also quite a significant import market as well. And next slide, please. So here is Taiwan's exports over since 2020. So that's 7 periods. And you can really see the change. The blue line is the exports to the US. So from a US perspective, how important is Taiwan to the US for US exports? And you can clearly see that has gone up and where China has relative to the US and others. So this is the change that has occurred in the bilateral relationship, at least for exports. Next slide, please. So this is from Taiwan's perspective, where the US, China, and other major trading partners are. So you can see that China, their imports from China have declined slightly. But notice that South Korea has gone up substantially. That's a lot related to components and that go into finished products that they're assembled or produced in Taiwan. So I think that just gives you an idea that the importance of the relationship that the US has and how that's changed over time, as well as the relationship with China and other countries. So next slide, please. So now we're looking from the US perspective, and we're looking at US exports to Taiwan and US imports. And you can see quite the dramatic change in US imports. Of course, 70 to 80% of that is in semiconductor related advanced electronics. This is quite dramatic. And I'm going to point out as we go through some of these slides, 2024 is sort of the baseline data when USTR and the administration were negotiating the Taiwan trade deal and the investment MOU. Those are the numbers they were thinking about and hence how dramatically they have changed. And the relative importance of Taiwan to US trade and the US economy has increased dramatically. Some of these slides will indicate that. Next slide, please. This is just the data behind what we were seeing. Taiwan is the 9th biggest export market for the US, and it has increased over time, particularly the last year as well. So it just shows you relative to other countries where Taiwan is. Next slide, please. So on imports, Taiwan is the 5th, and I include the EU as one economy, but on that basis, Taiwan is the 5th leading source of US imports. And you'll see the number, how it's increased in 2025, $132 billion of imports. It's now $244 billion. And if you look at relative to China, which is on the line above it, just a year ago, China was $439 billion of our imports. China has declined about a third to $261 billion. And from Taiwan, it's essentially almost doubled to $244 billion. And next slide, please. And this slide indicates from the US perspective, the share that Taiwan represents of US imports and China represents of US imports. Look at this dramatic change. And we're on track where China will be, where Taiwan will be a larger source of US imports than China. And I think if you asked me a year or two ago, this would have been unfathomable. And I know it's being driven by AI and a particular sector. Still, regardless, when you're talking about $100 billion, $200 billion in trade, that is enormous. So I think this is quite instructive as we move forward, and these lines will cross, I would suspect, sometime this year, if not next year. Next slide, please. So just looking a little bit deeper on the types of products that the US imports from Taiwan, the top two that I highlighted, that's almost 70% of US imports are really just chips and parts of chips, directly related to chips. So that is quite a dramatic increase. It was 20% of US imports in 2020. It's now 70% and growing. And those goods were accounted, the US imported 11 billion back in 2020. It's now 170 billion and increasing. Next slide, please. So if you just look at HS 84, 71, 72, that's semiconductors and parts of semiconductors. And we dig a little deeper, you can just see how important Taiwan is from a US perspective. Here, Mexico has been rather steady. The second largest, Vietnam, has been increasing, but Taiwan has gone from 10% of US imports in semiconductors to 40%, and that will likely pass 50%, I think, easily this year. And contrast with China accounted for 44% of US imports in these goods. It's now down to 2.3% in these goods. So that's quite a dramatic change. And it's really have an impact, I think, on as policymakers think about this, and certainly as companies think about how to approach the bilateral relationship. Next slide, please. And this is where I think it gets a little tricky, because from a policy perspective, all this is, on the face of it is good news. But from a trade deficit perspective, this is problematic for policymakers. And I think where the Trump administration has come on board, and Ambassador Greer, they've made it as a key metric of relationships, is where we are in the trade deficit, not only in absolute terms, but I think directionally as well. And I think this is something that I think is policymakers, and I think as we approach the economic and trade relationship, I think this is almost the slide we have to think backwards from when you're engaging with policymakers. So this is quite dramatic. The trade deficit now with Taiwan is now larger than the trade deficit with China. Just let that sink in. It would be unfathomable 2 years ago. So this is really, I think, driving a lot of, I think, the baseline policy background. I think that either you have to overcome or at least address. Next slide, please. So looking at Taiwan and the overall trade deficit, if you go back to 2020, the US had a trade deficit of $23 billion, even last year. And by the way, these data are through the latest data through April. This is May through April, last a full 12 months of data. And it's quite dramatic, even if we just look at the end of 2025 to where we are today. But the difference from a year ago is 87 billion. It's gone up $100 billion. And of course, this is chip related. That is quite dramatic. And of course, it now surpasses China, EU, et cetera. Next slide, please. So I wanted to take a look at the tariffs that have been applied, the Liberation Day tariffs, the 232 tariffs. So this looks on a monthly basis for the latest period, for basically the month before President Trump took office again. These are calculated duties on US imports from Taiwan. So they peaked in November and again in January, right about $800 million, excuse me. Look where they were previously at the beginning of the year, about $80 million. So that is quite a dramatic spike, but it could have been worse. And the reason why it could have been worse is there are a lot of exceptions to the reciprocal tariffs, the IEEPA tariffs and the Section 122 tariffs, and then potentially the 301 tariffs where electronic goods were carved out for now. Now we have to wait to see where the semiconductor 232 comes out, but about 80% of US imports from Taiwan are excluded from these tariffs. So as bad as these numbers are, they could have been a lot worse. Next slide, please. And just this is on a tariff rate or duty rate basis. So before it was on a dollar basis, this is what it looked like on a duty rate basis. So it peaked in September at 4.9. Previously, the effective tariff on US imports from Taiwan was less than 1%. Now we're at about 2.3%. And if you look at the top line, that is overall US trade and where the effective tariff rate is for all sources, and then where Taiwan is relative to that. So next slide, please. This, I won't go in detail, maybe we can discuss a little bit more, but IEEPA, we're transitioning out of IEEPA. We're currently in Section 122. That's that 10% tariff on products. We have a lot of exceptions still. That will expire on July 24th, and now we're moving over to forced labor and structural excess capacity. Section 301 investigations. USTR just announced a proposed remedy of 10% and 12.5%, depending on where countries stood. So this is on 50 different economies, I should say, and where things are. So Taiwan right now is potentially subject to a 10% tariff from the Section 301 on forced labor. Taiwan also is in the structural excess capacity investigation, and it's not been determined yet or released. So next slide, please. And overall in the agreement, I think what the takeaway here is if you look at the Taiwan agreement, it's about 40 pages. It starts to look like what a traditional trade agreement would look like when the US would negotiate sort of full-fledged trade agreements. It still has a lot of work, but it has the outline that's there, and it's frankly much further than any other reciprocal trade agreement the US has. I think Indonesia may be about as detailed, but it touches on a lot of things we talk about on standards, on economic cooperation, on recognizing US standards on food, conformity assessment and the like. There are also commitments to purchase certain goods. There's about $85 billion of direct purchases that Taiwan has committed over 3 years to purchase from the US. And I think the one unknown right now is on the Section 232 semiconductor tax. These are not tariffed at the moment. There's a consideration for these goods to be potentially tariffed quite high. And if you think about the numbers of $100 and some odd billion, if you put whatever that number is, 10, 20%, that's real money, as they would say. So next slide, please. And I think this is the last slide. So this just a basic outline of the investment MOU. Pam touched on some of this as well. But really, there's $250 billion that Taiwan is committing, essentially private sector-led investment in semiconductors, AI, telecom, biotech, defense technology, as Pam had mentioned, advanced manufacturing, and energy. Those are I think the key priority sectors, I think, in that relationship for now. And then Taiwan will also provide additional credit guarantees to limit the risk of further investments in the US as well. 232 semiconductor decision is still pending. However, there is a formula in there that companies are investing will get a tariff offset. So that formula is there. It still could change. But the rate that Taiwan would get, if any, still needs to be decided. And interestingly, the Korea reciprocal trade agreement relies on the tariff rate that Taiwan will get will be applied to Korea, which is a bit strange. And then we think we talk about some of the logic behind that. But so this is just a quick outline. I think a little more detail on what Pam had mentioned. Next slide. I think that's yes. Just take that one. So anyway, the relationship has changed so dramatically from an economic trade standpoint. Of course, we have the geopolitical strategic framework we're in. The economic relationship has changed so dramatically. There's in all my years, I've been doing this for 30 years. I've never seen any such dramatic change. Not only is the change dramatic, but it's so fundamental, I think, to the future of both countries, both economies, I should say. So I think it's important we're having this discussion, and I think this is going to be very, very important to both economies as we move forward.
That was a great outline. I don't know what catchphrase we can use. It's definitely unprecedented, right?
Yeah.
This is a new age for sure, and I think your data really shows that. I've got so many questions, and we only have so little time. I want to maybe get to two. I have a question for both of you that's kind of related, I would say. And I'm going to start with Fred first on the trade deficit question. And, there's an argument to be made that this administration has actually exacerbated that trade deficit by granting the exclusions from the tariffs, right? Over 75% of the goods that are coming from Taiwan, all the servers and GPUs and whatnot, are excluded from those tariffs. And in a way, that has been what has been driving the trade deficit. That's where most of the trade deficit comes from. So I was wondering maybe if you give us a little thought into that. Like, has this been, you say politically, it's maybe not such a good thing because that's what the administration is using, right? But it has been helping our economy. It's been helping the Taiwanese economy. Trade-offs in a lot of this thinking around what gets tariffed, what doesn't get tariffed, right?
So when you think about this, it's not just a trade issue. When you have to think about AI, the AI policy, they're still working. It's a work in progress. The president's issued some guidance, and some guidance was supposed to be announced. So they're still trying to figure out that overall picture. But I think clearly the president's indicated that the data center build out, the AI leadership, the AI dominance is a key pillar of this economic policy. And now you've got trade, And you've got his decision about, an America First trade policy, trying to orient and reshore investment and the like. Then you've got actually trade relationships like this. And where I think there's a recognition, there's a dependency to a large extent in high tech on relying on a trade relationship with other economies. And you put in that lens where China is with respect to that, trying to decouple, delink the relationship with China. So in many ways, Taiwan is right at the heart of this debate. It's certainly a work in progress. But I would just say on the trade deficit point of view, when the president thinks about trade relationship, I think the first metric is trade deficit. It's kind of a quote unquote a cheating. We can debate that, and that's not my personal view, but I think you can argue legitimately that there's something unfair or some imbalance. So in that sense, I think there's a lot of work, and I think it really does. I think it puts additional pressure on making this trade deal work. Investment MOU make sure it happens, because while there's pressure on Japan and Korea to have similar levels of investments, I think the fact that you have this trade deficit, I think will put even greater importance on seeing that play out smoothly.
Yeah, I mean, he's talked about it for years, that the whole Liberation Day, it's just, we have a new criteria now. We have forced labor, but really it's, it's the new same tariffs new name. Which leads us to my next question about trade and tariff uncertainty. I think it was last year when all these came out and the exclusions were made. There was an assumption that the exclusions were made because the administration needed more time to flesh out their 232 tariffs on semiconductors. We had sort of that first announcement about re-exports, and then of course within the MOU, there's this language about exclusions based off of the investment coming in. Can you kind of help us make certainty? I know we're talking about perhaps the cost of one ban in particular, but can you help us walk us through what might some of the tariffs for the rest of the year look like, especially on, I think, the 232s, which are a little bit more unknown in many ways.
Yeah. Riley, you saved the easy questions for me. I mean, just taking a step back, I think one thing that the administration has not been shy about is the different objectives of the tariffs. And so, yes, you have the trade deficit issue vis-a-vis each individual bilateral partner. There is an effort to leverage tariffs as a tool to rebalance that trade deficit. But number two, there is also the application of tariffs as a way to bring manufacturing capabilities back to the United States and to incentivize companies from other trading partners to actually set up shop and produce here in the United States. And then number three, there has been a conversation in the administration about tariffs as a revenue generating mechanism. And so Liberation Day really focused the world on that first objective and the desire to rebalance the trade deficit with each trading partner. But as the tariff conversation has proceeded, including in these negotiations that Commerce and USTR have both contributed to, some of the other objectives that come to the fore too. Secretary Lutnick has been actively involved in the conversation about how we apply tariffs specifically to bring domestic manufacturing to the States, including in target sectors such as semiconductors. And so as the 232 investigations have been launched, we are looking at a number of sectors that the administration has defined as critical to our national security. And for each of those sectors, have a map out the supply chain and where individual trading partners rely along that supply chain. It's extraordinarily complicated and has taken a while. The obligation of the Commerce Department is that within X number of days, it's typically 270, you do the analysis, whether it's the 232 on semiconductors or on timber lumber or on whatever sector it is. BIS, the Bureau of Industry and Security, produces a report that goes to Secretary Lutnick, and then the Secretary transmits that to the President for consideration, ultimate decision making. We have only seen a number of those 232s acted upon, despite the 273 running on many more. And in the case of semiconductors and critical minerals, the presidential proclamation in January left things pretty open for continued negotiation. So semiconductors, 25% slapped onto advanced chips, and strategies are discussed, but US-Taiwan and Commerce do have the discretion to continue engaging with individual partners. So, that has been a complicating factor. So if you're looking for certainty, I think the only thing that is certain is that the original intent of the IEEPA-based tariffs and the reciprocal tariff rates are established on Liberation Day in terms of rebalancing trade deficits, set rates for individual countries, which the legal basis may have been questioned, but I think the administration is looking for a way to reestablish the foundation that gets us to that level vis-a-vis individual trading partners. And so even as the 301s and the 232s proceed, you can look to see a lot of these partners ending up in roughly the same range. And if you look at the 301 on forced labor, those partners that got 10% were in fact partners with whom we concluded agreements for reciprocal trade. So, there are a bunch of 232s still to come. There may very well be other 301s that are announced. And it's a challenge to monitor all of that.
I would say basically just, I think we've definitely seen dividends for governments that have been proactive in engaging with this administration, whether it's, going through the negotiations for ART and locking in those rates, or, not particularly becoming a target just yet because of the trade deficit, right? It helps to have that proactivity. I would say we only really have time for one more question. I want to talk about the MOU real quick and bring up a favorite issue, I think, that comes up is the double taxation issue. So if you're not familiar with this, the United States and Taiwan don't have a double taxation agreement. The US has double taxation agreements with basically every country. China, I think we have one with Russia, but it got suspended, but we have them with all our major trading investment partners. And we're talking about maximizing the investment that's coming from Taiwan to help America's supply chain. I wish we had a former official from Treasury here who could answer this question, but how can we maximize the MOU? Does it include the double taxation agreement? Or is there some element that we're missing right now? So double taxation, Commerce, I'll go with you first, and then federal, and any last comments you have as well.
Yeah. The double taxation issue has been a long-standing issue for both sides. I mean, I think the reality is that not only does the United States have these agreements with many countries, we are the only G7 country that does not have a comprehensive tax treaty with Taiwan. And so, when you think about global competition, how to really attract investment, that's a factor too. When I think about the investment from Taiwan that's come into the United States, TSMC obviously comes to mind. Their announcements have really clustered in Arizona. It's not just TSMC though. They have small and medium-sized enterprises, SMEs, that form part of their supplier cluster. Now, an SME, which faces the risk of double taxation and does not have recourse, can't bear the financial burden that a TSMC bears. But then that knock-on effect also hits TSMC as it's trying to build that ecosystem all around it. So, this is a very real issue. It was the subject of many internal interagency debates. There have been efforts on the Hill to address it. Some of those efforts really have stalled with the Senate, but the reality is that, hate to talk about Treasury colleagues without Treasury to defend itself in the room. But, there are real questions about, do we address it by messing with the tax code? And once we start doing that, what does that open the door to? Do we address it in a very targeted manner? Or do we seek to have a comprehensive negotiation? And those are very hard decisions that different agencies have different views on. But it's been such a long-standing issue, and it's not going away, especially as companies like TSMC are trying.
Yeah, no, I totally agree, and I think it's just gonna be harder to ignore that issue. When you're talking about $250 to $500 billion investment and activity, economic activity, I think it now raises that issue, and rightfully so, and I think there could be legitimate arguments made that without getting that issue addressed, it may slow down or hinder the success of the MOU and the overall agreement. So it's moved from sort of a kind of a tangential issue to a kind of the center point. I think if you ask anyone, the key piece of this is going to be the two-way investments that are anticipated. And this is a key part of making investments, work or not. And frankly, de-risking a lot of these investments, because you have to figure out, you have to have a less risky or more certain outcomes in order to afford to build that double taxation. And so I would imagine that while things are politically difficult, we're in an election year and getting anything, any traction on the Hill. So I would probably say not this year, but I think it would be right for opportunity for further discussion, both on the administrative side and then on the legislative side to address this.
Maybe once the ART is through on the Taiwan side, by the end of next year, when we're both past both of our elections. Yeah. Very optimistic, what year is it? 2027. Very cool. All right. Well, thank you all for joining me. Thank you, Pamela. Thank you, Fred. This has been a wonderful conversation. I know it's been short, but that's the time they gave me. So looking forward to having you both back here, I think. And thank you all for joining us today. Please stick around. We have one more event after lunch.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm John Dodson, the director here at the Global Taiwan Institute. I'd like to thank all of you for joining us here today, either for those who have joined us in person in our audience, those watching online. I always like to remind people that you too are part of this conversation, and we are going to try to allow a fair bit of time for some Q&A towards the end of the panel. Obviously, if you are here in person in the audience, just raise your hand. If you are watching online and you would like to present a question when the time comes, you can either put the question in the chat window if you're watching on YouTube, or you can email them to contact@globaltaiwan.org. Once again, that's contact@globaltaiwan.org. So getting into our third panel today, I think we're going to be shifting gears just slightly. Just a little bit. I think in the initial panel and then in the moderated discussion we just heard, it's been mostly focused on issues of US-Taiwan trade, some of the issues there, whether it be tariffs or the status of trade negotiations or so forth. Today, we're still going to be looking at issues in the US-Taiwan trade relationship, but maybe turning it just a little bit more towards some of the particular issues that affect Taiwan itself, and particularly in terms of Taiwan's economic security. Even in the best of times, even in peacetime, economic security is a major concern for Taiwan, both as an island state with a very export-oriented economy, and also it very much connects to Taiwan's national security concerns. Once again, even in peacetime, Taiwan faces a great deal of economic pressure or coercion from the People's Republic of China that in many ways can mirror the military pressure or coercion that Taiwan can face. This can play out in a number of ways, whether it's a sudden ban on imports of agricultural products from Taiwan just before an election, things like that. But a number of measures like this that are intended to place political pressure on Taiwan and to bring it more in line with Beijing's goals. But Taiwan's government is currently engaged in a number of initiatives to try to address some of the issues of the economic vulnerability that it faces, whether that's, for example, the efforts to create what has been termed a non-red supply chain to try to decouple somewhat in terms of dependency upon either supplies of raw materials or parts of the manufacturing chain within the PRC. And over the last couple of years, during the first half of the Lai administration, which came into office in spring 2024, the Lai administration has promoted as a major policy measure what it is called the Whole of Society Defense Resilience Committee, the 全社会防卫专行委员会. This efforts to try to get more of a link up between government agencies and civil organizations in Taiwan to try to better leverage the capacities of NGOs to provide support to the government in terms of logistical support, medical support, and so forth in the event of either a major natural disaster or a man-made conflict crisis. And that's still a process of playing itself out. But a lot of these issues of economic security and economic resilience very much play. I think as nearly all of you watching here today would be aware that Taiwan does have some major economic vulnerabilities. One prominent example of this is some analysis that was produced this spring. I believe it was by Morgan Stanley, but also some other think tanks, Morgan Stanley and think tanks, regarding vulnerabilities to Taiwan's energy supply. For example, the fact that it has about an estimated 12-day supply of natural gas, and that's something that could create a major energy crisis for Taiwan if those supplies, those imports of LNG were to be cut off in the midst of some sort of blockade or other crisis. As well as Taiwan's vulnerability to its food supply. Again, being an island state with an export-oriented economy, it's also very dependent on imports of foodstuffs, of raw materials for manufacturing, and so forth. So we have a great deal to discuss today. in terms of those issues. And we're very fortunate to have three very distinguished speakers who've been very kind to share their time with us today. My own personal preference is to sort of give the more in-depth introductions when it's each person's turn to speak, I believe. But just in terms of a general introduction up front, we have here with us today Mr. Joseph Webster, who's a senior fellow at the Atlantic Council's Global Energy Center. We have Mr. Eric Hans, the director of the Center for International Private Enterprises Center for Accountable Investment, and Ms. Amanda Xiao, who is a director in the Eurasia Group's China practice. I think in terms of the speaking order, I believe we're going to go with, it was Eric first, I believe, or no, excuse me, I think we're going. Up to y'all. Whatever works. Okay, I think we'll go with Joseph first, I think, for your presentation and your slides. Please forgive me. Joseph Webster is a senior fellow at the Atlantic Council's Global Energy Center and a non-resident senior fellow with the Atlantic Council's Indo-Pacific Security Institute, as well as the editor of the China-Russia Report. Mr. Webster's research focuses on the national security energy nexus, especially in terms of US-China strategic competition. Joe's energy work spans the range of the sector, but focuses especially on how a number of issues, including the artificial intelligence and energy nexus, the military applications of advanced batteries, and Taiwan's energy security vulnerabilities. So with that, I'm going to turn the floor over to you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, John, and thank you the Global Taiwan Institute for hosting this very important discussion. I've learned a lot today, so thank you for that. I just want to emphasize here, these are my opinions alone. If we please go to the next slide. Okay, this is just kind of the layout for where we'll go in the discussion today. Talk bottom line up front. So next slide, please. Okay, I think everyone here agrees that energy is very important for national security, especially in Taiwan, in the Taiwan dynamic that we face. I would make some other points here. First is that, I think I think we can all agree the consequences for some sort of contingency over Taiwan in the near term are very large. Probability, I would argue, is perhaps larger than we suspect. And I think it's a little bit underestimated in the discourse. And so you see this risk is a function of probability and consequence. This F should be, I was looking today, the F should be lowercase. I'm not a mathematician, but just for that as well. And one of the most important aspects of a contingency over Taiwan is Taiwan's energy security. So we'll discuss that in depth today. So next slide, please. Okay, the next slide. Okay, so these are Taiwan's energy realities. I think this is well-known fact. Taiwan is almost entirely reliant. About 95% of Taiwan's energy comes from abroad. What's I think less appreciated is that other Northeast Asian democracies such as South Korea, such as Japan, are also highly reliant on energy imports, of maritime energy imports. And as we've seen from the crisis in the Strait of Hormuz, those energy imports can be held at risk. What's also less appreciated, I think, is that the PRC, People's Republic of China, is much less reliant on hydrocarbon imports from abroad. It's essentially self-sufficient with coal production. It does not import, well, it does import substantial amounts of natural gas, but much less so than Taiwan, than Japan and South Korea. Additionally, it receives oil and gas shipments overland from Russia. Those overland supplies could also increase potential prices as well. So all this is to say is that the PRC is quickly reducing its dependency on foreign energy imports, especially maritime energy imports, and there's a lot of work to do by the Northeast Asian democracies, Taiwan, Japan, South Korea. Next slide, please. Okay, so this is again just level setting for what is Taiwan's energy mix. So energy is different from electricity. Energy is more inclusive, incorporates electricity, transportation, heat. Okay, so if you took all those into account, Taiwan is very reliant on crude oil, petroleum products include things like petrochemicals like naphtha, etc. It's also very reliant on coal as well. Taiwan, at least in 2024, was the world's largest per capita consumer of coal. That's because of the electricity sector. There's a lot of room for efficiency measures, in my view, for Taiwan. But all that's to say, oil, coal, natural gas are all very important in the Taiwan context. You see here the second to last is nuclear energy. In my view, it's very unfortunate, deeply unfortunate that Taiwan has decided to phase out nuclear energy. And there's momentum to bring it back. but that's where we are right now. So next slide, please. Okay, when it comes to wind and solar, I love wind, I love solar. I think they're incredibly important solutions for all sorts of reasons, for economics, for climate. But that being said, in the Taiwan situation, the Taiwan dynamic, they're necessary but not sufficient. So this chart here on your left-hand side is looking at solar irradiance throughout Taiwan. The right-hand side is wind. And so the most intense, red is the most intense, blue is the weakest. So I would call your attention to the left-hand chart, which is for solar generation potential. So Taiwan, northern Taiwan, especially Taipei, is where most of the load is in Taiwan. It is unfortunately not a very sunny place in terms of solar generation. So Taipei experiences about the same amount of solar generation potential as Seattle, Washington, which is not a very, or London. So this is unfortunately not a very sunny place. And we're thinking about Taiwan's energy security. Unfortunately, solar is not going to cut it. Okay. There's lots of potential for wind, both for onshore, but especially for offshore wind. But there are some challenges. And finally, offshore wind and onshore wind face some drawbacks in the summer, which is when Taiwan's electricity needs peak. So wind also faces lots of drawbacks. So next slide, please. Okay, this is inventories. I would not look at this. This is not, I would take these with a grain of salt because there can be different definitions for what constitutes import cover. But as you can see here, oil, coal, and natural gas, there's different statutory minimums, different reported reserves for Taiwan. LNG is, of course, very much concerned. So about 50% of Taiwan's electricity consumption is accounted for by natural gas. And Taiwan is at best 11 days of storage for natural gas. So there's lots of room to improve that, to expand it. But in the summer, you can see here that because the rate of withdrawal is higher, Taiwan's reserves of LNG could fall to 7 days or fewer, depending on how quickly inventories are withdrawn. So all this is to say, we're seeing this today with this rate of Formosa. This is a major vulnerability for Taiwan. It's maritime imports of oil, natural gas, and coal. And again, Taiwan has virtually no indigenous production of these commodities. So this is a real concern. And part of the reason why Taiwan should diversify its energy mix. Next slide, please. Okay, so this is Taiwan's electricity demand on a year-by-year basis. So 2026, I'm not a climate scientist, so I can't really say what's going to happen with El Nino this year. My understanding is that the effects will be felt more in 2027, not this year. But you can see that we're tracking relatively high electricity demand, at least through April, which is the latest data we have available. I would also call your attention here to the summer. So in a blockade or quarantine scenario, that is, the PRC mainland in China would look to exercise leverage against Taiwan. That leverage will be maximized in the summer. So if you're thinking through the potential timeline for a quarantine scenario in the future, which hopefully we never arrive at, but the summer would be a maximal time for Beijing's leverage. And as I mentioned before, offshore wind does not really generate much, if at all, in the summer. So next slide, please. Okay, and you can see this point here, the green, I would call your attention to the green bars here. Again, offshore wind I think is very important for Taiwan. Unfortunately, it's not a very viable energy security play, given the limited generation potential in the summer. So you can see here, I would call your attention to September. The green bar for wind is very small. That's because wind speeds in Taiwan during this time are very low. So that, again, wind, I think it's a great solution, but there's limitations for its ability to provide security for Taiwan. Another point here, you see that I think it's in May. Yes, it's in May where nuclear energy is phased out in Taiwan. Again, in my view, that is deeply unfortunate. Nuclear fuel provides clean, baseload power, so you can dispatch power for nuclear energy to meet electricity needs. Taiwan, unfortunately, is not generating any electricity from nuclear energy. I know that's controversial given some of the authoritarian legacy and authoritarian footprints surrounding nuclear energy. But that being said, that's in the past. Looking for Taiwan's future, in my view, nuclear has to be part of the conversation, has to be part of the solution. Next slide, please. Okay, next slide. And when we talk about I mentioned a quarantine or blockade scenario is something that's deeply concerning. A quarantine, I think most folks are familiar with it, but a blockade is just a full up blanket ban on any shipments to the island. That's probably less probable. than what's called a quarantine scenario, which is more porous, which is where the PRC, either through Coast Guard, through the Navy, through both, would attempt to interdict certain supplies going to the island. So perhaps food and medicine would get through, energy would be blockaded. It's a little unclear if they would shoot down planes from the sky, shipping out semiconductors, but that's what a quarantine is. Okay, and so what I would say is that there's Taiwan. I look at the risk of a quarantine or blockade scenario. Anything can happen, of course. The United States could be at war with Oman in a week because of a tweet. Literally anything can happen. Artificial intelligence is, I think, very disruptive, obviously. And it's useful not to think in terms of 0 to 100%, but in terms of probabilities. But that being said, I think the probability of a near-term contingency over Taiwan is something we need to think very hard about. And that's in part because Taiwan is experiencing intense GDP growth. We heard a lot more discussion about this morning, but Taiwan's GDP growth is will likely be close to 10% this year. That's astonishing for an economy the size, for an economy as advanced as Taiwan. Of course, that's all tied up to the AI boom, which who knows, we could face a market correction. We could see if AI can accelerate. There's a lot of uncertainty here. But that being said, what I submit is that if Taiwan continues to enjoy very high economic growth, that in my view, will likely derail some of Beijing's plans for Taiwan and could could incentivize them to act in what they regard as a narrow window of opportunity. So again, here you see the AI boom, where Taiwan's GDP growth is the highest in the world for any advanced economy. Of course, there's a question about distribution. So obviously the AI boom is concentrated in one sector, the tech sector. If we go to the next slide, this data is a little bit backwards focused, but you can see here is that this is for median income. So 50% or more than this, 50% or less. If we look at how the growth rate is changing in Taiwan, there was a downtick in 2022 and 2023. Median incomes, real after inflation median incomes, are now increasing in Taiwan. In 2024, we don't have the latest data for 2025. It's not yet available, but there is significant evidence that all parts of the economy are seeing uplift. And in most societies, if there is real median wage increases, that tends to benefit the incumbent political party. Of course, the reverse, if a society experiences declining real household wage increase, if it starts to experience declines in real household income, median income, you can see potential disruptions in the political order. So in the US, for instance, we had flat or even declining real household incomes from 1999 to 2016, which is, I think, a lot of the driver for some of the activity you see in the US political system. But in Taiwan, again, very high GDP growth. It's perhaps not as distributed as many would like, but that being said, you do see evidence that most folks in Taiwan are participating in the boom. Next slide, please. Okay, and Taiwan also has, I think, underrated fiscal space. So this is, again, the PRC. I'm not an expert on the PRC economy, the Chinese economy, but that being said, there is this interesting increase in debt in China, which also might be underrated because of local government financing vehicles, LGF. And so there is that potential. This Taiwan piece here, the 20% debt to GDP ratio by Taiwan, that's probably an overestimate. I just put that together. Bless you. So Taiwan has a lot of fiscal space to tap. Okay, and all this being said, Taiwan's in a very good place economically. Unfortunately, economics is not the only thing that matters in the world. So next slide, please. And over here we see that, yes, this is an average, but in terms of real per capita GDP, Taiwan is doing very well. So what I would submit to you again is that because anything can happen in the world, of course, but it seems to me that if Taiwan's economy continues to grow very sharply, if the bounty that is distributed relatively well in Taiwan, you will see, I think, substantial performance legitimacy for non-PRC actors, and folks in Taiwan will not want to integrate with the mainland, very understandably. One other point I would make here too is that if you're concerned about distribution in Taiwan, if you want those benefits to be evenly distributed, something that Taiwan should consider is looking closely at reflating the currency, about strengthening the currency, which would probably increase or improve distribution of income and consumption in Taiwan. So that's something Taiwan should perhaps consider. Next slide, please. Okay. So again, anything can happen with AI. I don't think anyone in the world really knows what's going to happen with the AI economic growth trajectory. And if, of course, if the global artificial intelligence community experiences setbacks, that will impact Taiwan in a very different place. That's entirely possible. But that being said, if we see if the current trajectory holds, Taiwan's economy grows at close to 10% in 2026, 5%, 6% in 2027, that will almost certainly benefit the incumbent political party in elections in 2028. And you could even see a unified government in 2028 going forward. And so what I would submit to you is that, right now, I think it's very fair to say that Xi Jinping is playing the long game, Beijing is playing the long game. But there's the real potential that Beijing's calculus could shift if you see the incumbent party in Taiwan win not just the presidential election, but also the legislative UN election as well. In addition, there's the 2028 presidential election in the US, AI timelines. Again, no one knows what's going to happen with that. But what I submit to you is that we could face real dangers and difficulties in the near term. This may not, unfortunately, be a problem that just passes on from generation to generation, one might say. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, so obviously the recommendations are going to matter. Next slide, please. The recommendations you make are going to matter depending on what part of the timeline you emphasize. Do you think a quarantine or blockade is more likely post-2030 versus potentially in the near term? Again, I think the probability of a near-term blockade is perhaps higher than many anticipate, but I think we're all in large agreement that we need to think in probabilities and assess from there. So one important near-term opportunity for Taiwan, especially if we see some sort of resolution, the Strait of Hormuz crisis, is to bolster inventories. So stockpile oil, stockpile natural gas, stockpile coal. In my view, it's really important for Taiwan to restart nuclear energy, to increase nuclear energy as much as possible. Again, it provides clean baseload power. Taiwan, but broadly speaking, Taiwan needs to say yes to energy. All forms of energy. I think climate change is a huge problem. I do not care if Taiwan is using coal. Taiwan faces security realities which need to be acknowledged. So Taiwan really needs to take an all of the above approach to energy. There's different measures on here. One last thing I would say is you need to look. I would recommend that Taiwan look not just at the supply side, which is what we gravitate towards, and looking at these different generation technologies, but we also need to look at the demand side to incentivize consumers, to incentivize industry to reduce demand. And one way to do that, of course, is through price mechanisms. So Taiwan has some of the world's lowest electricity prices. In my view, that is a huge error given the security environment that Taiwan faces. So what I would recommend to Taiwan is not to increase prices dramatically. Don't do that overnight. That's going to lead to immediate political blowback, but instead gradually and continually and transparently increase prices over time. I think that would leave Taiwan in a much better spot. So thank you for all that. Turn it back over to John. Thank you.
All right. Hey, great, Joe. I think that's a fantastic presentation, both in terms of giving a primer on the fundamentals of Taiwan's energy infrastructure, and particularly kind of bringing out its continued reliance on hydrocarbons. But I was also particularly struck by a couple of the points you made, which I jotted down, and I may have to bring back up a little bit in the Q&A. I was very interested by sort of your points that you believe the threat of a blockade is more serious than most people have acknowledged. Anything that's more of a near-term threat, as well as your comments to the effect that because of Taiwan's economic growth, that may be frustrating some of the longer-term plans or hopes that Beijing might have. So I thought those were very interesting points. I might try to draw upon those maybe a little bit more in the Q&A. Next, I want to turn to our next speaker. That's Mr. Eric Hans, who's the director of the Center for Accountable Investment at the Center for International Private Enterprise. And this initiative uses the lens of corrosive and constructive capital to examine the impacts of investments on the democratic and market institutions. Mr. Hans is active in developing capacities for business organizations to advocate on behalf of their member interests and helping these organizations to further foster cultures of inclusive growth. In previous roles, Mr. Hans has been an associate at a law firm and vice president at an investment bank, where he reviewed complex alternative investment products. He is frequently featured as a media commentator, as an expert on economic reform and policy in Ukraine and other former Soviet states. So we're very grateful you could join us today, Eric, and I'll turn the floor over to you, sir.
Thanks, John. I appreciate it. And thanks to the Global Taiwan Institute for having me here. As you mentioned, yeah, I've spent a lot of my lifetime in Ukraine, in the former Soviet space. So traveling to the other side of Eurasia is a bit of a journey, but I think the perspective is interesting from a person who spent a lot of time in Russia and its backyard. So I'm glad to have the opportunity to give the perspective of small and medium-sized enterprises. It's often overlooked when you talk about economic security and economic resilience. So, we've heard today, you go to the second slide. Heard today a lot about semiconductors and AI and tariffs and investment commitments and supply chains and geography, all of that stuff, really important stuff. But now, if we want to understand economic resilience, how it is in practice, we have to look at the level or go from the level of national strategy of major corporations and look at what resilience means for firms that actually employ people, that actually manage supplier relationships, absorb the regulatory changes that you're going to make for these economic security policies, that respond to the market shocks from a blockade or a quasi-blockade, and that make the day-to-day decisions about risk and where they allocate resources. And that's really where SMEs and small, medium-sized enterprise come into the main discussion around economic security issues. So Taiwan SMEs are not just some marginal part of the economy. They employ about 80% of all people in the country and provide about half the total business income in the country. So a pretty big chunk. And these are all types of SMEs, from the mom and pop shop up into chip suppliers in the supply chain. So when we talk about economic resilience, we're not talking about the semiconductor firms that everyone knows about, but we're talking about their entire supply chain and the resilience of the SME ecosystem that supports all that employment, innovation, and domestic demand, supplying that supplier depth to those larger companies, but also social stability because people are employed. So we bring the SMEs into the conversation because economic resilience is discussed at this kind of high-level strategic kind of geopolitics, but it's really implemented through the firms that are practicing business day to day and trying to make a profit. So governments are identifying strategic sectors where they want to focus on, just concluded a trade agreement with the US. They can define threats, offer incentives, but businesses are the ones at the end of the day that decide whether or not they're going to diversify suppliers, how much inventory they're going to carry on hand. They're going to decide whether compliance costs are manageable. They're going to decide whether to invest in cybersecurity or maybe alternative markets or maybe new technology, maybe workforce training. And SMEs, those decisions are often done with a lot less resources than large multinationals. So if we want to start with a simple proposition that economic resilience, it can't be real or really realized even, unless it's favorable to small and medium-sized enterprises. But feasibility requires asking the question that we don't really talk about, is who pays for economic security? Very popular term here in Washington these days, economic security, economic resilience. Well, as a business person, as a person that's worked with businesses all my life, who pays for it? Everybody wants it, who pays for it? So as we talk about resilience, this is obviously good, right? But it's not costless. So we're talking supplier diversification, it costs money. We're talking cybersecurity upgrades, it costs me money. Compliance with export controls, investment screening regimens, trusted supplier standards, your non-red supply chain, due diligence expectations, also cost money. Building redundancy into my supply chain, having that third, fourth, fifth supplier into my supply chain, that's going to cost me money. Holding more inventory, I'm going to put that someplace, that's going to cost me some money. I have to train my workers. I have to train vendors, map them. I have to document all the sources for up the supply chain. I have to meet all the expectations that the larger multinationals are imposing on me. These are all real costs that are coming out of my bottom line. And so for large firms, this is manageable. I have a big global presence. I can hire the best compliance teams. I have outside counsel that manages and mitigates these risks. I have risk management units internally into my organization. And they often can, these large multinationals, they can and do push some of these costs down on their SME supply chain. So for SMEs, if we look at this from the bottom up, we look at how some of the costs incurred can become fixed costs that are disproportionate from the firm size and the revenue. That they consume management bandwidth. So I'm no longer managing my company, I'm trying to comply with the latest economic resilience initiative from the Taiwanese government. They can delay my market entry, or they can delay an M&A transaction because there's so much time spent on these other requirements. And in some cases, they can push SMEs out of the market entirely. And in that case, we have, on the one hand, a national strategy that is promoting economic resilience and economic security, and we're pushing SMEs out of our supply chain, becoming narrower at the bottom, which is exactly the opposite direction which we want to move. So then we have to look at what standards. I talk about standards and cybersecurity standards and AI standards, but who bears the cost of meeting the standards, and then what happens to the firms that just can't do it. So SME's ecosystem is pretty broad, pretty wide. Like I said, 80% of employment. So it's not a marginal question. So if we're going to put all the costs on SMEs in Taipei, they need some sort of funding mechanism. They need tax breaks. They need support in compliance. They need some sort of financial assistance in the immediate term to meet the requirements that are being imposed by the government. Resilience requirements without the financing are essentially unfunded mandates. And so you have to put the cost somewhere. And in the medium term, that's going to make the Taiwanese economy less competitive. So for large multinationals, like I said, you can build it in and you can spread the costs around your global presence. And at the margins, you're not going to see a major shift in cost. But for SMEs, we're looking at smaller questions because we're smaller companies. So can I afford to bring that second or third or fourth supplier into my supply chain? How do I qualify for this trusted trader program? What are the requirements to get into this non-red supply chain? Can I upgrade my cybersecurity, or is that going to impact my ability to pay payroll this month? Next slide, please. Sorry, this one, and then that one after that. And so this is a distinction that really matters between large multinationals and smaller companies. If you're defining resilience at the level of national strategy, but leaving all the costs of implementing those firms, then the burden's going to shift down to the bottom, and it's going to impact SMEs in the biggest respect. So any discussion about economic resilience or economic security has to be translated from this very familiar language here in Washington about national security protocols and strategies into something, how it is impacting business operations. At SITE, the organization where I work, we see it across a number of regions in different markets, and our private sector partners are not asking, what's the latest geopolitical or geoeconomic prognosis. They're asking for practical tools about how to deal with the emerging security reality after a long period of kind of very excessive, perhaps, globalization, where we just ignored any geopolitical risks. So how do you assess your exposure to coercive actors? How do you identify your beneficial ownership risks? How do you participate in these trusted supply chains? How do you communicate with government and advocate for some transparent rules? And how do you avoid being squeezed? And this one's particularly applies to Taipei. How do you avoid being squeezed between competing regulatory regimes if I'm a small enterprise? So we here in the United States and in Taiwan have this great thing called democracy. And it's wonderful, but it is a bit chaotic, right? And so there's a fragmented democratic business community among allies that face direct threats to competitiveness and resilience and long-term growth from authoritarian actors and authoritarian states, which have a very different business model. The fragmentation is really important for SMEs because large firms can have access directly to the policymakers. SMEs don't have that access. Large firms can absorb costs of uncertainty because they have higher margins, and SMEs, they have lower margins. They can't absorb that uncertainty. Large firms can diversify their suppliers and shift for production relatively quickly because they have staffs that can do that. But SMEs are really local and they're embedded in these local networks. They're depending on a small number of buyers and they're constrained by their working capital. So if we're going to design an economic security policy only around large firms, and then we're going to have inadequate resilience, incomplete resilience. And this is really where SIFE as an affiliate of the US Chamber comes in with our experience behind business associations, chambers, and public-private dialogue where we need to have that. And so SMEs need this kind of intermediary to talk about an amalgamation of interests and risks and benefits. What we see is that in Taiwan in particular, we're not sure if there's even a common dialogue or common vocabulary around what is represented a China-related risk, and even if they share common policy objectives between government, large firms, and SMEs. And this is really the heart of the issue, right? You can't have government defining resilience one way, and then you have large firms designing our resilience policy differently. And then SMEs as the butt end of a lot of these policies, they're experiencing the resilience a different way and absorbing all of the compliance burden. So economic resilience requires, more of an alignment. We don't need 100% agreement among these various constituencies, but you need at least an agreement on a shared operating vocabulary. So what are we talking about with risks? How do we define the risks? We don't see in Taiwan necessarily an agreement on what the risk, what the size of the risks. So I was in Taipei back in March, talked about economic security, supply chain resilience, and all these kind of top areas, AI, cybersecurity, and technology cooperation. So I had really good meetings with AmCham. I met the Chamber of Commerce there, the National Security Council, and the External Trade and Development Council, discussing how our own organization can contribute to some of these dialogues. But the thing that struck me was there was a lack of a consensus about a lack of global standards in this space, best practices around economic resilience, and then the lack of kind of discussions around regional convenings around non-red supply chains. Right? These are not just large firms that are engaged in this. It's a lot of small firms, particularly among the First Island chain, trading with each other. So how do you get all of these business communities to cooperate with them? Next slide, please. So SMEs need these clear pathways into the trusted supply chain, the non-red supply chain. But for smaller firms, when they hear non-red supply chain or trusted supply chain or compliance program, okay, what are you talking about? Are you talking about cybersecurity standards? Are we doing ownership transparency, labor environmental standards, data protection, governance, political risk, export control, everything, all of that all together? If it's all of the above, then SMEs need some guidance and sequencing and support from governments and their larger firms that they sell to, or else these trusted chains become exclusive clubs where they're very expensive, they're very uncompetitive, and they're really only open to those largest players. And it really, at the end of the day, weakens resilience rather than strengthens it, because again, you're narrowing the bottom of your supply chain. So how do we talk about this in the space of US-Taiwan cooperation? It means having some practical standards between the US and Taiwanese business communities, not just kind of a slogan at the top, but templates and some diagnostic tools, sector-specific guidance if we're talking different sectors. It means training for SMEs, both US SMEs, our democratic allies SMEs, Japan, South Korea, elsewhere, into what the expectations of both the people that they supply to, but also the governments in the region, right? And then we have to make sure that the resilience frameworks don't unintentionally push these small chains out of there. So right now, the situation is thus, right? So we have all of these different standards coming in. We've got these regulatory requirements from Taiwanese government, or maybe the Japanese government under the Economic Security Promotion Act, or we've got requirements from the US government on export control and duties. Is anybody involved in business here? Anybody? Yeah? No? No business people. All right, so I hear from business people, there's a lot coming at us. It's a tidal wave of stuff that we have to deal with, and that's taking away from our ability to actually manage and operate. So, it comes down to, if resilience is just going to be top down, then that it remains vulnerable below the surface. And so the supply chain can be strategically important, but operationally fragile. It can be, technologically advanced, but dependent on opaque inputs. And it can be globally competitive, but exposed to coercion. All right, so next slide, please. So look, it's at the end of the day, the business community perspective isn't secondary to economic security. It's really central to it. And if we don't have a wider assortment of businesses around the table, we're going to have issues in terms of the supply chain. So for SMEs, in particular with the new trade agreement with the United States, market access is great, but only if I can access the market. Tariff reductions are great, but only if I can navigate the procedures. That's going to knock against the US. There are a lot of procedures put in place. And the non-tariff barrier reform, it's only relevant if it actually reduces your costs. So look, four quick takeaways. Structured public-private dialogue that includes SMEs and not just large firms. Resilience tools that are both operational and affordable, and then cost-sharing mechanisms. And then lastly, and this is really a shift in mindset, from treating resilience not as a defensive strategy, but really as a competition strategy. And so getting this mindset through the business community is key. So look, if we use SMEs as a litmus test for whatever security policy or economic resilience policy we're going to implement. So if it works for SMEs, then it's more likely to be durable. If they're understandable to SMEs, then they're more likely to scale. But if the public-private dialogue includes SMEs, it's more likely, the policies are more likely to reflect operational reality. And then if SMEs themselves see it as a source of competition or competitive advantage, then it's more likely to be sustainable because they're going to adopt it, right? So this is, getting economic resilience from a slogan to being kind of a practical capability, built firm to firm, supplier to supplier, association by association, up into more of a systemic approach to economic security. So thank you, and I probably spoke too much.
Okay. Hey, great, Eric. And I think you raised a number of really important points there. I think particularly in terms of, I don't know, it often seems that if you're talking either about US-Taiwan trade or either rather just about Taiwan's sort of macro economy, people tend to focus on chips first and foremost, and the big semiconductor manufacturing firms, which is understandable because they now have evolved to play such a fundamental role in Taiwan's economy, so the big hole in the tent. But we can sort of lose track of the fact that so much of Taiwan's economy does lie with these other smaller firms. And in fact, again, I'm going to hold the question for the moment, but one thing I might ask you getting into the Q&A is to talk a little bit more about the role of these smaller and medium enterprises, but also maybe other industries, other sectors of the economy. And sort of whether or not they might need more attention, or whether or not Taiwan's dependence on semiconductor exports has itself become sort of its own vulnerability. So again, I'll hold that thought. I'll put it out there for a few folks to think about, but I'll hold it for the moment. Now, I do want to turn to our final speaker. Last but certainly not least is Miss Amanda Xiao. Once again, she is a director of the Eurasia Group's China practice, covering both China's foreign policy and cross-strait relations. Ms. Xiao previously worked for more than a decade at multiple places in Asia, Singapore, Beijing, and Taipei, analyzing Chinese foreign and security policies from the perspectives of crisis management and conflict prevention. Previously, she worked at the International Crisis Group, where she was a senior analyst on China, where she followed the political dynamics underlying the tensions along China's periphery including tensions across the Taiwan Strait and along the Sino-Indian border. Matt, you get to bat cleanup. I turn the floor over to you, Matt.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. Thank you to the Global Taiwan Institute, to Abby, to John. I think it's great that this has become such a center for all Taiwan-related discussions, and it's always nice to see a level of interest on Taiwan-related topics. So as you could tell from John's introduction, I am not an economic expert. But today what I will be doing is to present on our report that was published earlier this year, that was sponsored by the German Marshall Fund with Bonnie Glaser, on where we are in terms of Taiwan's resilience. So Taiwan's security debate typically centers on military capabilities. We just had a protracted debate within the LY, of course, about the special defense budget. But the more immediate and likely near-term risk is really an economic one. So as Joe was saying, a Chinese blockade or quarantine that is designed to essentially strangle the island without firing a single shot is something that we should all be looking out for. Beijing has a range of tools that are short of war. So, you know, even within the quarantine scenario, I think you could see a whole range of different types of quarantines. You could see Coast Guard vessels turning away LNG vessels. You could see the Chinese buying up cargo from common suppliers and depriving Taiwan of its LNG in that way. You could see cyber attacks on critical infrastructure, which is, of course, not new. And all of this would be designed to erode societal confidence in the Taiwanese government, but also in Washington, and aimed at keeping below a certain threshold so that it would be hard for both Washington and Taipei to really muster a serious response without considerable escalation. So Taiwan faces a lot of vulnerabilities that make this threat pretty acute, but we've seen that under the Lai administration that there's been a real emphasis placed on resilience. The president has, of course, launched what is called the Full Society Defense Resilience Committee, and this was launched just 1 month after his inauguration. And it explicitly frames resilience as economic and societal, and not just military. And based on some of the conversations that we had in Taipei for the purposes of this report, one sort of objective that's been laid out by a couple of officials has been that the goal is to really maintain the continuous operation of society for 6 months in the event of a blockade or even of a conflict scenario. So under this committee, this is a national level body that's bringing together government, some industry, academia, and civil society. Those 5 key pillars: energy and critical infrastructure, social services and medical care, transportation, communications, and financial networks, strategic supply chains, and civilian mobilization. So today I'm going to focus on 3 key areas. So on energy very quickly, I'm going to talk a little bit about supply chains and then digital communications. So on energy resilience, I think Joe already laid out the vulnerabilities pretty clearly. You know, energy resilience is really the prerequisite for all the other resilience efforts, just to sort of underscore that, right? Without power, you know, hospitals go dark, communications fail, supply chains collapse. So this is really pretty foundational when we think about Taiwan's vulnerability. Taiwan is among the most energy import dependent economies in the world. Electricity is largely generated by gas and coal. Renewables are an element of that, about 12%, but just to point out, this is well short of the government's own goal, which was about 20% for 2025. Joe had already mentioned, but a critical weakness is that reserves are comparatively low. When we look at neighbors such as South Korea and Japan, so it's about 11 to 14 days, sort of depending on who you ask in Taiwan. And that entire system, the LNG system, is quite overstretched.
It has some of the highest regasification utilization rate in the world. And just as a sort of quick aside, Taiwan's power grid is also very much centralized, meaning in sort of layman's terms, if you have a failure in one point, the whole system can be affected, okay? So very quickly on progress, right? It's not all bleak. The government is really looking hard at this problem. The Whole Society Defense Committee ran a energy-focused tabletop exercise actually in December 2024, and that did actually simulate a Chinese quarantine scenario that involved a lot of delays to oil tankers. So that is happening. The central government is coordinating a lot more with local governments as well in annual exercises, where they have essentially asked local governments to think through their contingency plans, assuming, say, missile strikes hit LNG terminals in Taiwan. So they have asked local governments to think about that as well. Taiwan has always had a sort of electricity rationing plan, even during peacetime, right? This is an island that faces a lot of natural disasters, earthquakes, and so those are very critical. So one thing that Taiwan is doing is they're trying to adapt the pre-existing natural disaster-focused rationing plans and to upgrade them so that they can fit into more complex contingencies, like a wartime contingency or a blockade. Now, there are some problems, I think, that have yet to be resolved. I would just list one that we heard directly from government officials, but the timing of execution of that plan, which of course, in concrete terms, would be cutting off to industry, right? The timing of that plan, as you can imagine, is pretty crucial and would have a pretty large political and economic ramifications if you get it wrong, right? And China's not going to make that decision-making very easy. Other progress that's been made, of course, we have a third LNG terminal that's come online. There's efforts to increase coal reserves in Taiwan. I totally agree on the importance of coal. Coal is actually quite resilient. It's a lot easier to store than LNG. You can have piles of that stuff. So there's efforts to do that. Taiwan is investing in like floating storage units as well. These are a little bit faster and cheaper to build than LNG terminals. They're doing things like constructing their first LNG carrier, and that would be very important towards reducing its reliance on foreign flag vessels during an emergency. On nuclear, very quickly, I think we are starting to see signs of momentum behind that. Of course, there is an existing, the legislature had passed a nuclear restart law in May 2025. Lai said in March 2026 that 2 nuclear power plants meet the conditions for restarting. Now, I don't, the timeline for that isn't clear right now. I don't think that either of these will be restarted before the presidential elections in 2028. So we're probably looking at the end of 2028, early 2029 at the earliest. All right, so that's a little bit on some of the steps that have been taken on energy. On supply chain vulnerabilities, so of course, Taiwan faces vulnerabilities across its food, pharmaceuticals, and medical materials supply chains. All these areas, of course, create leverage for China in the midst of a crisis. Just very quickly, according to Taiwan's Ministry of Agriculture's Food and Supply Annual Report, Taiwan's food self-sufficiency rate dropped to 30.3% in 2023, which is the lowest in 18 years. On pharmaceuticals, about 85% of active pharmaceutical ingredients are imported, with Beijing and China being a source of APIs. By the way, the US is also very dependent on Chinese APIs. And in terms of medical materials too, I think there's a lot of leverage points there. On this front, we've seen a bit of progress as well. According to the government, rice stockpiles now exceed 7 months of supply, which is above the legally required amount. The government is starting to stockpile and to increase domestic production of medical equipment and medicine that Taiwan would need. Remember that during a war or even a blockade, Taiwan would be left with whatever is already on the island, right? So we've seen the cabinet approve more money to try to stimulate more local production of essential drugs that they have identified as the most important. In terms of medical materials, one of the sort of success stories has been that Taiwan opened its first domestic blood bag factory in June 2025. And this was after the government identified this as a key vulnerability. Okay. And then let me just turn to digital cons and then I'll wrap up. Taking too long. So on digital communications, really quickly, of course, digital communications, this is really incredibly important, whether we're talking about coordination within the government, if we're talking about financial transactions, about public confidence. So Taiwan's vulnerability lies in the fact, I think most people in this room already know, that it depends on 15 subsea cables for its communications, 10 domestic cables. These cables have really come under a lot of pressure from the Chinese or Chinese associated actors in recent years. Now, I should note that Taiwan's internal communications isn't entirely reliant on these subsea cables. There is actually an internal fiber optic cable network that has been fortified over the years. And so even if all of Taiwan's undersea cables are cut off, the island will still be able to communicate internally with itself through platforms that have servers in Taiwan. I won't get into the technical elements of this, but even if all 15 subsea cables were cut, which is unlikely, Taiwan does still have a backup method. Now, a lot of the work that the government has taken is to develop satellite backups in case these undersea cables are cut. One of the key problems with that is with the existing satellite capacity, it only provides about 1% of the bandwidth of the undersea cables. And this is quite stark. So again, in the worst case scenario, if all the cables are cut, Taiwan would still be able to communicate with itself. But that 1% matters because Taiwan will presumably want to be able to communicate with the outside world, right? Whether that's coordination with the US or simply to regularly, think Ukraine, to update the world on what exactly is going on in Taiwan, right? And so I think Taiwan here has actually made a lot of progress on this front. I actually think of all the sectors we looked at, digital comms is the area where Taiwan has really been the most serious and done the most thinking. I am going to leave that maybe to the Q&A if folks are interested, because I think I'm already slightly going over time, but let me just wrap up and just say, so the sort of macro assessment about its resilience efforts, I think Taiwan has made some pretty genuine and measurable progress in a short time. And I think the Lai administration, I think one of the most important things they have done is probably to be much more explicit about the threat from China than previous administrations. Now, this has always been a key point of political sensitivity within Taiwan to talk about it really openly. And this administration has really taken that step to say, hey, we are planning, right, for a conflict and a blockade might actually happen. And I think the key impact is really, it's begun to normalize the idea of resilience, right? I think public attitudes are starting to shift about the importance of not just resilience, but other self-defense efforts. Or so you see in polling, there is, I think, a majority of the population that did support the special defense budget. But of course, this is just a first step. I think there's a long way to go. There's a lot of work that needs to be done. And just to say what Eric was saying about businesses having to take on, smaller businesses having to take on a big burden. This was mirrored in a lot of the conversations I had with a lot of the implementers, not business, but sort of local government or SOEs that were expected to suddenly meet these new benchmarks. And I think that is one of the actually big obstacles going forward. This is like a massive coordination challenge, right? And so the central government is essentially saying, this is important. These are some benchmarks, go forth, right? And maybe here's a bit of money for it, but there's a lot more complexity there to the implementation. It's costly. You have to convince people that this is going to be seen as extra work, right? To put it sort of bluntly, you have to convince people that this extra work is worthwhile, and that their sacrifices are worthwhile. So I think that is going to be a major issue going forward. But maybe just to say that when we think about resilience, it's also about deterrence, right? The key piece of it is really the more that Taiwan does in this period of time, the more it can help to change China's calculus as it considers what is worthwhile and whether a blockade or invasion is too costly. So,
Okay.
thank
All
you.
right. Hey, great, Amanda. I appreciate it. I think your discussion there is really valuable for sort of reminding us that while we may often try to talk about trade issues, or economic issues, sort of solely on that basis, but that where Taiwan is concerned, and particularly in terms of the security challenges it faces from the PRC, those geopolitical concerns are always in the background. No, an economic conversation can never be just an economic conversation. I want to proceed now to the Q&A in our remaining time. I've jotted down a whole bunch of questions from your presentations, but I'm going to hold off on those for the most part, I think, because I do want to open it up to our audience. I will, I think, exercise maybe the traditional moderator's prerogative, maybe just ask one question that I think I'll present to all of you. And I touched upon this or mentioned it a moment ago. We've heard from Joe's presentation, for example, of how Taiwan is experiencing a period of just incredible economic growth right now, with semiconductor exports being the long pole in the tent on that. And in terms of this discussion we're having about Taiwan's economic security, I wanted to ask the question sort of two related questions. One is, while Taiwan is seeing sort of incredible economic success from these semiconductor sales, is Taiwan growing too dependent upon a single product or a single economic sector? And what could Taiwan do to, first, and does that sort of create its own vulnerability? And what should Taiwan be doing to try, and if so, what should Taiwan be doing to diversify? But also sort of a related question, is Taiwan's economy becoming too reliant on these larger semiconductor firms, on TSMC, et cetera, and getting to the discussion that Eric offered, sort of, what can we be doing to sort of more evenly spread that economic growth through other parts of the economy into some smaller and medium enterprises, rather. So again, I'll open that up to all three of you. Perhaps if any of you might like to comment on that. Maybe Joe, you want to start off?
Yeah, happy to kick us off here. So I think it's a very valid question. I think I don't have hard data at hand on how reliant Taiwan's GDP growth is on the semiconductor industry, but clearly the semiconductor industry is driving a lot of the exports, and we see a lot of Taiwan's GDP growth. And Eric, I think, made some really strong points earlier about how the SMEs, the small medium enterprises, Taiwan, as you all know, SMEs operate a little bit differently in Taiwan than they have in Korea or Japan. There's a strong history of SMEs operating in Taiwan, so I think that's something that needs to be recognized. And certainly, if one is looking to, I think it's very valid to have concerns about the distribution of GDP growth in Taiwan. Right now, it's very, in terms of income, both in terms of wealth. A lot of that is concentrated in the tech sector, in semiconductors especially. And from a policy perspective, that can lead to social resentments, that can have political ramifications as well. And so from a US policy perspective, I think something we need to have a conversation about here is we probably want to have a conversation about tariffs in the US and whether or not they serve US interests, but especially vis-a-vis Taiwan. So if we're implementing these tariffs on small, medium enterprises, that is going to have policy impacts, that's going to have security impacts for the US. And so I think that's something in a ideal world, we would not have those tariffs in place on Taiwanese small medium enterprises. Thanks.
Sure. I mean, I think that, obviously Taiwan's dominance in the advanced semiconductor industries, critically for its economy. I do think that the government is cognizant of that, tendency. And so when we see President Lai call for making Taiwan a global AI hub, I think that is, Taiwan's sort of answer to try to broaden, to build off of its semiconductor dominance and then to expand it to maybe the whole AI stack, right? And so, so I think that is an effort that is ongoing. This is sort of a little bit different from the question I was asked, but I think in terms of political impact, which I think Joe was talking about before, I think what is interesting when we think about the economic boon and politics is that I think the perception of Taiwanese voters will also matter greatly, right? And so polling recently actually suggests from Mike Formosa that more than half of people are not satisfied with the economy, despite this incredible growth that Taiwan is undergoing. And so the question is sort of why? Why is that, right? And it's having to do with some of the, it speaks to the lack of distribution, right, of the AI boom generated growth for Taiwan. And then so that leaves us with this question of what are the political implications. But I don't think the elections will be, the economy is one variable, but it's not the entire picture, of course.
Yeah. I'd just like to add maybe, you look at Asian democracy has a long tradition of investing in certain enterprises and kind of bringing them up. And, you know, in the case of Taiwan, they hit pay dirt, right? So their portfolio of investing into different enterprises and offering subsidies and support to those enterprises really has paid off in this area. And so if any one of us were investing in a balanced portfolio, right? So we have one stock that just kind of took off. And so I think, you know, if you're sitting in Taipei, perhaps we take a little bit of the proceeds that we're getting from that rocket stock, not to plug SpaceX, but from that one outperforming stock, we take some of the proceeds that we're getting, the outsized tax revenues, export revenues, taxes, and then we reallocate it to some of the strategic industries that we need, you know, for territorial defense, for redundancy, or for subsidies, all for that SME support in terms of due diligence supply. And you know, I was listening to your presentation, and really, you know, having worked and done a lot of work in Ukraine with businesses, in the first day of war in Ukraine, really you had a lot of our partners on the front, Harkiv, Sumi, elsewhere, they would just volunteer, so logistics companies that we work with, they would take people to the front, right? There's no charge, right? We're defending, right? But after 30 days or 60 days, you know, the company's like, okay, now we need to kind of have some financial arrangement because I'm using my trucks, I can't transfer my other stuff. So seeing through that, the private sector, you don't have to have all the answers. The private sector is extremely adaptive to whatever the incentives are. That's the beauty about markets. You know, we have, you know, an invasion in Ukraine, but Kiev's taken it 3 days. And last year, McDonald's sold more than 1 million Big Macs. So your supply chains are endlessly adaptable to different situations. And maintaining that market, even in a wartime economy or an economy under siege, is really important to provide and shape those incentives. And I think that, you know, there is an impetus to kind of, especially in an emergency contingency, to kind of have that central government take control. I think it needs to be resisted and invest more downward, because those are the folks, those are the institutions that are responding to demand signals.
Okay, and hey, great, thanks. You have time.
Yeah, something slipped my mind. But I think also if you're looking to improve distribution in Taiwan, which is I think an incredibly valid concern. I'm not an economist, but I think it's fair to say that most economists would suggest that looking at the currency rate would be a way for Taiwan to quickly reduce inequality in Taiwan. So it would obviously impact exporters, but it would also reduce the value or the cost of imports as well. And so I think that's something that Taiwan can consider undertaking for itself.
I would agree. I think that it would do a lot to increase purchasing power. I know, for my own selfish interest, being an American who travels to Taiwan, periodically, the exchange rate is great. It's like things are so cheap, in Taiwan. But again, I think if you're one of the locals actually living there, you might have a different perspective, on all that. So yeah, I think that's.
It'll make the currency stronger until I get back.
Yeah, do that after my next trip, yeah. But I do want to open it up to the audience I want to try to get at least 2, maybe 3 questions in our remaining time. I will ask you when you're called upon, please identify yourself briefly before presenting your question to our panelists. I think the gentleman in the front row has his hand up. We'll go to you, sir.
I'm Peter Humphrey. I'm an intelligence analyst and a former diplomat. This question of dependence on energy supply, you could get a couple more percent from ocean thermal energy conversion. You can get even more from wave energy. Those are totally untouched in Taiwan. My concern is that the dependence is so great that it constitutes a Clausewitzian point of failure. Like all the PRC has to do is blockade energy. They don't have to blockade anything else. Just energy, one thing, and Taiwan goes uncle. That's it. One point of failure. And if we don't, as a political strategic thing, sit on them and say, you will diversify your energy or you're on your own. I mean, isn't that the inevitable outcome?
So, yeah, sure. Go ahead.
Here. So I think Taiwan is valuable in those folks. It's a fellow democracy, we share values with Taiwan. So I would that's my personal view. And so I don't think the US should hopefully would engage in such course of action. But one question that Eric's I think makes some good points about how small medium enterprises have an important role to play here. And so there's certain technologies that I would like to see Taiwan develop in terms of energy. But if you set the market rules, if you increase electricity prices gradually over time, some tech that would incentivize Taiwan to develop more sources of energy. And last point I make is on, so yes, Taiwan, frankly, Japan and South Korea are going to have these major vulnerabilities, but the PRC also has its own vulnerabilities, which would, I think, manifest in a contingency.
Okay. Amanda, do you have a thought on that?
So yes, it's crucially important. I'm not sure if it would work if Washington were to really be very coercive on this front. One of the things, just to add context, is that politically, there are very strong feelings within Taiwan about energy policy, right? And so part of the sort of graduated approach to this, if you will, is a reflection of the politics. There's strong sort of not in my backyard sentiment across Taiwan. I think this is something we're familiar with, whether it's about coal-fired power plants being maintained or LNG terminals. There's long processes for environmental impact assessments for everything. Nuclear, so actually the politics of this have changed. Most people, I think, are on board with nuclear when presented with the facts of how dire the situation is. And we've seen that President Lai has taken a much more open approach to nuclear, even though his party, the DPP, has made anti-nuclear core plank party, right? So this is not to say that I don't agree that they need to, Taiwan has it in its own interest to move faster, but just to sort of offer some additional political context for why it's moving slower than we.
Maybe one more thing, just a bit of carrot and stick, right? It doesn't make it all stick. We've seen a lot of stick in Washington. But you do have the Japanese invested in 8 of the 10 largest geothermal companies in the States. And geothermal is readily available in Taiwan as well. And so with some of those excess proceeds from your windfall of your semiconductor boom, you invest in US companies, and the Secretary of Energy is very big on geothermal, exploiting some of the technologies that the US has singularly because of our extensive fracking history. You play to the two, right? And so to offer both a carrot, geothermal energy, right, is pretty readily, immediately commercially scalable. You satisfy Secretary of Energy here, that's very big on that. You invest in US companies alongside Japanese, and you get to the triple win, right? So there's ways to talk about this in a more constructive fashion than just being forced. And then look, also, if you're not investing, then you bring out the stick. But there's two ways to go.
Sure. Let's see if we can fit in another question or two. Okay. From the young lady in the back here, please.
Yes, my name is Lucy Best. I'm with DGA Stockbridge Group. Going to the geothermal point, I was curious, listening to the weigh in as well. I'm aware there's really good potential for geothermal in Taiwan, particularly around Korea and Elon I'd love to hear your thoughts on how this might fit in the future. It seems there's potential, but this also involves really very far into the earth.
Yes, yeah, that's a good question. So regarding the specific technology of geothermal, so it's a technology used throughout the world. There's a lot of development under in the US, especially the Western United States. Iceland is kind of the world leading power in geothermal. There's great potential for it in Japan and Taiwan, but to your point, yes, there is a lot of concern about seismic activity with drilling for geothermal. That's to be determined how significant it is and how much risk Taiwan is willing to undertake. But so there's still in my mind a lot of uncertainty about how Taiwan will or should develop the geothermal. It's certainly I would love for it to work out, but I think the proof is going to be in the pudding.
Okay. All right, maybe one more perhaps. If not, okay. Well, in that case, I might pose a question of my own, which I mentioned earlier. This would go to you, Joe. Again, I thought you made sort of the very interesting or provocative assertion in your presentation that sort of the near-term dangers of a blockade or quarantine, again, whatever term you'd want to apply to it, of a crisis like that might be more near-term, or that the odds of it might be higher than a lot of people are assessing. And I wanted to see if I could maybe draw you out a little bit on that in terms of your thoughts or your reasons for thinking that. I know we've certainly heard a lot over the last few years about the Davidson window when Admiral Davidson, I think in some comments that were perhaps misinterpreted, looked towards 2027 as a potential benchmark. But again, I want to see if I could draw you out on your thoughts on that a little bit more, and in your view, why we should be a little more concerned about that than perhaps many people are.
Yeah, so I think it's clear, and Amanda and Bonnie Glazer wrote a really good piece about this, and I encourage everyone to read Foreign Affairs, suggesting that Beijing certainly wants to play the long game and sees a strategy to succeed. I think that's true for now, but what I think is a little bit underestimated on the discourse, including by Beijing, is just how economic growth could transform the political environment in Taiwan. So broadly speaking, there's four main motivations for human behavior: money, ideology, coercion, ego. You can say material interests instead of money. But if you're here at a discussion on strengthening Taiwan's economic security, if you've made it this far, you are very ideological and you're very, I think, different from most folks. Okay, most folks, I think it's fair to say, are motivated by material well-being, by material outcomes. And so, if Taiwan's economy is growing very strongly, if the gains of that are relatively well distributed, that will tend to benefit the party, which in this case is the Democratic Progressive Party, the DPP. And so, again, this is just looking at this from a 50,000 foot level. Should this economic growth continue at the pace which we've seen, that would, in all else being equal, benefit. As I mentioned, there's lots of different factors besides just economics, which determine political outcomes, of course. So nothing is certain in life, but I do regard a TPP victory as a likelihood should this economic growth continue. And there's the potential for it to be a pretty significant victory by the DPP. And were that to occur, or if Xi Jinping and the Communist Party perceive that to be the likelihood, I think their calculus will shift. And there's all sorts of other factors. Of course, the PLA has been undergoing some purges. It's uncertain whether or not the PLA has the ability to conduct something of this magnitude. There's huge risks for the CCP to undertake some sort of foreign interblockade. But what I fear is that Xi Jinping and the central leadership in Beijing will determine there's a narrowing window of opportunity, especially if the US continues to develop very powerful AI capabilities, which we might see a step change in US AI capabilities. I, of course, have no inside information about that. But if you just look at the amount of compute being thrown, the amount of compute being thrown at the problem in the US, so mid-2025 to 2030, we're about to get 30 times more compute, about 30 times more compute thrown at it. And so if you think back to last summer, how powerful the AI models were, imagine them having access to about 30 times more computing power. So again, without any efficiency gains. So all that's to say is, yes, I do think, Beijing in regards to its strategy is succeeding for now, but there's also an inherent recognition lag to economic growth. Like, people don't feel the benefits, they don't perceive the benefits of economic growth until several quarters after the fact. So, and I think you see this already in polling in Taiwan. The most recent polling in Taiwan suggests that President Li's approval rating is rising. And so I expect anything can happen, of course, but I expect that trend to continue, and the DPP continue to gain more advantages because of that. And also, of course, there's no guarantee about who the candidates are for either the DPP or the KMP or even the TPP potentially. But any of those candidates could take a position that Beijing finds unacceptable. So, and so all that's to say is that I'm concerned about 2028 being a period of peak danger, potentially, especially in the summer, which is when Taiwan's electricity needs are highest. And so those are my, again, anything can happen, but that's why I'm concerned about 2028.
All right, very well. We'll designate 2028 to be the alliterative Webster window then. For our other panelists, any final thoughts on that? Eric?
Yeah, please.
Oh, yeah, no, yeah,
Sure.
okay.
Being a Russia hand, I've seen this story before. It really depends on the response of the Filipinos and the Japanese and the South Koreans to provocative actions by China in this space. The more you allow the salami sliced to be sliced, the incursions, the research platforms, the fishing vessels, every time that you allow that, you're pushed further back. You need to draw a line somewhere, and you need to be very practical and very realistic about it. We've seen a Filipino government, do a complete 180. That's partly presidential, but also it has a lot to do with the aggressive actions, in the sea, right? You're seeing Korean attitudes shift pretty rapidly, and we all know what's happening in Japan. And so all of this is interconnected. And if you see more cooperation along the First Island chain, I think that bolsters your argument for showing deterrence. And I think that you're finally, thank God, seeing it in Europe. In some cases, boarding the Shadow Fleet, which has just supplied a Russian war machine for 5 years now. So you can't accept under these kind of international laws or international rules or norms, because your adversaries are going to break every norm or law.
Thanks, Eric. I think we have just a moment. Amanda, I think you're going to get the final word.
I'm going to go really quick because we're 5 minutes over. So yes, please do read our article. Please send me any feedback. Love to hear it. I mean, essentially, we're arguing that China is fairly confident about its Taiwan strategy right now. The short of it is, the ensuing years, because it sees its non-military vectors of influence as being fairly successful right now. We won't get into details, happy to engage on that. Because it sees success on that, it's going to double down on those vectors of influence over the next 2 years. Just really quick, if I had to bet right now, I think Lai would win a second term. And that's why we think that the risks will also rise in 2028. But I just want to add that there's nothing inevitable about a win in January 2028 to that line to a quarantine by summer of 2028, right? It's still dependent on a couple of variables. I would say in particular that what Lai says in that initial inauguration speech, what Washington does as well, what the new administration is going to be like in fall of 2028, all of that will also matter in terms of shaping China's success.
Okay, great. Thanks, Amanda. I think there's plenty more ground. We could still examine all this, but we are just a bit over time, and I want to be respectful of our guest time. So I think we're going to have to conclude today's event. there. Once again, on behalf of GTI, I want to thank all of you, both those of you who have joined us in person, as well as those watching online. I want to thank you for joining us today. Please do keep an eye out for future GTI events. We don't have it publicized yet on our website, but we will be having an event in July related to issues with countering propaganda and disinformation in Taiwan. We will also have, today's event was the second of two mini conferences as we term them. The first was one on defense in late April, then today's event on trade. We will be scheduling a third mini conference, I believe for a bit later in the summer, that will be looking at some of the problems that would result from an actual theoretical PRC takeover of Taiwan and what that would entail for U.S. interests. So please keep an eye on our website for that. Once again, I'd like to ask you to join me in a brief round of applause. Thank you all much. And we will conclude today's event there. Thank you very much.